Oh my god, I might have forgotten to do stuff again. We're not gonna talk about it. Hopefully that pops up first. We don't need that. We do need this setup though. Where is that? There it is. And you can be turned off because I'm not gonna have you. Cool. Hopefully that works, and hopefully my husband is not too loud in the background. Continue. Oh wait, hang on. Hang on. Where's the? Oh god, that's really loud. Here we go. Wait, there's more? More DLCs. Dude, I kind of... As compared to... I kind of want to get the DLCs for this game. Let's do wave. I'm eating some airheads right now. Don't mind that. Hang on. This orange one kind of slaps. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, and a bunch of carrots, and even half of a watermelon. Ma came out from the front door and paused just ahead of you. God, she's so pretty. Need any help yet? Fuck. Yeah, let me do this. Goddamn. Need any help with that, Shad? I can bring it the rest of the way if you want me to. I think this is accurate. I can't carry shit upstairs. Ma stepped forward to take the bag from your arms and you headed back to the car to grab a new one. This time you got a smaller bag with a loaf of fresh bread and a couple of packets of dried pasta spirals. You passed Ma again on your way back to the house and she gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your orange hair. You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued away. Well, with the huff and a puff, she blew the house down, actually. But, ooh. What the fuck? I, like, chewed this airhead, and my lip just started tingling. It's fucking weird. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued pulling away the groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood.
Be careful.
You haven't been looking where you're going. I repeat it, hang on. It is just really good. We got sent like an entire box of airheads, and they just slapped so hard. You hadn't been looking where you were going and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. She grinned at the bad joke as you continued through the door. Yeah, that was really bad. Outside, Ma has started organizing what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk behind her, she took in a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around in the breeze.
It's a shame.
It's a shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in that shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head out to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. It's too damn hot. You wrinkled your nose, feeling a few beads of sweat gathering on your forehead from lifting stuff around in the sun. If there were a cloud or two around to lessen the heat, you would be enjoying the weather a lot more. With a small sigh, you turned back to help Ma with the least of the bags. With the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Cove. Oh, hi, Mark. You noticed Mom wave over at Cove, who had just exited his front door. A surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see. Surfboard and wetsuit. Where might we be going off to on this beautiful day? Oh my god. Okay. Hang on. I think I'm allowed to tell this story. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to. Okay. Okay. This is really good. Okay, so I ride horses. And one of my friends was at this barn. There's this girl who's like, this is like a two-part story. There's just this like really mean girl. Just for no reason. She's just really mean. And so my friend is doing something with a horse, whatever. And she walks up to my friend and just like with purpose, like, buh, 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 like walks up to her. And then just fucking goes, "You walk like a minion." Who the fuck does that? What the fuck does that mean? And then, because we wear like these tight pants whenever we ride, just so that stuff doesn't get caught on the saddles. It's easier. They have like silicone on the legs to help stick to the saddle a little bit better. At some point, apparently, same girl went up to the said friend and went, "You look like a scuba diver." Like, who the fuck does this? No context, no like, hello, no hey, nothing. Just, "You walk like a minion and you look like a scuba diver." Who actually does that? It's wild, dude. Let me see. Surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off to on this beautiful day? Co flinched at being called to so suddenly. He hadn't realized there were people out here already, but he quickly recovered. Good one. He crossed the pavement to properly say hello to you and your moms. "Hello, honey. It's a beautiful day for surfing. I haven't been out on the waves in a long time. I'm jealous." Cove smiled, pleased to have people around who shared in his hobby. "Yeah, I'm hoping for a few good waves before it gets dark." Hang on. Okay. Do you want to come hang out there later? Sure. Cool. Can I help out with anything? No, this is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Dad can catch up as soon as she's finished here. All right, I'll see you. Yeah. You watched as Cove headed off towards the beach, unable to hide your grin, knowing that you'd be joining him soon. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. Yeah, we don't know how to surf. You said the same thing to your parents, and meanwhile, Ma laughed a little. Mom gave you a smile. You'll just have to go there and see what happens. Cove must have been so excited to invite you there that he forgot you don't surf. Or he's hoping you'll watch him so he can show off. Oh yes, I used to do that. I know, hun. What was that? I heard a bad noise in the background. Okay. It just sounded like a phone. I experienced Shad's situation firsthand. I was stuck on the shore too. You noticed what I was doing? Yes, after the very first time. It's not a subtle move. How embarrassing. I was still impressed. Aw, thank you. Wow, Ma. Hey, what are you still doing here? Go on, have your fun. You're only young once, but don't do anything I wouldn't have. Okay. At your parents prodding, you hurried to leave the house and head down to the beach. Okay. When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and the soft call of seagulls. You took in a lungful of the ocean air and felt your pale skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. It must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You strolled up beside him. Hey, I'm here, Dad. He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was wondering if you were still coming. And stay inside all day? I don't think so. You were able to make him laugh at that. Then he cast his eyes out towards the waves. I'll stay here and watch you surf. Oh. You were ready to spread your towel and take it easy. I don't have to go out. I'll stay with you on the shore. Or if you want, you could use one of my other boards. I could teach you. We'll try it. I'll do it. Let's surf. Cool. It was settled. Cove left up the shore, then returned with an extra board under his arm in no time at all. You paddled into the sea where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin. Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It looks perfect today. He smiled at you and you couldn't help but smile back. You suddenly felt totally content. Until Cove kicked the water a little too hard and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey. Sorry. Oh, hang on, yeah. I'm gonna connect my remote again. I think it still has charge. It's just easier to do like these types of games with it. The apology did not come across as especially repentant, as he was practically laughing when he said it. Splash him back. You laughed and waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him. Is that any way to try to treat someone trying to help? I came out here to teach you. I was just following your example. Cove tried to keep a straight face, but ended up looking away. The water you flicked at him landed in shiny droplets in his hair. There's another lesson. He soaked you deliberately this time. He used his full leg and an impressive curtain of water hit you in the face. You lost your balance and scrambled to keep hold of the board. You just managed to stay on it, but it was close. Cove winced. Are you okay? That wasn't what I was trying to do. I'm fine, but we should do the real teaching. Yeah. He chuckled awkwardly and shook some water out of his ear. With that, Cove started telling you all the tips and tricks of how to stay on the surfboard. He demonstrated both good and bad posture and explained where you needed to put your weight. Like this? You wiggled your body so that you were more in the center of your board. Cove nodded. Yep, just like that. The little lesson continued and... it would probably be pretty bad. Disastrous. You could scarcely stand on the motionless board without falling right back off. Cove still supported you regardless. Since you weren't truly ready for it, Cove never pushed you to start taking on full waves, which meant he didn't either. Instead, he stuck... Wait, can I go back? What's the back button? Hang on. I know there is one. I've fucked with it before. What is... Fuck. Hang on. Ah! What did I press? I don't know! There it is. Can I go back? I forget. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we're gonna say that just for funsies, things clicked quickly. You may not have been entirely sure of yourself before, but that was rapidly changing. You were definitely getting it. Since you spent so much time working on balance in the stable water, you wondered when you'd actually get to catch some waves. You brought it up to Cove and he nodded. If you think you're ready to go for it, you'll do great. All right. With that, you graduated from Cove's class and the two of you were able to surf together more casually, even if he still was better at it. What an afternoon. The sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. You rode one last wave and got back to the beach. There you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. Cove followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As he ruffled his hair with the towel, you watched the sunset together. The colors were beautiful in the distance and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two as you enjoyed the moment. I definitely read that wrong. That's okay though. Cove broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. Did you really think so? He nodded mildly. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out, and all you heard was the rhythmic sound of the waves. Then Cove sighed. The day can't be over. Not yet. He scowled in the distance as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. Don't you think it should be longer? Yeah. Cove stood straight up in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I'm gonna go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still dripping in salt water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach and not much else. It was a good idea for him to lug his It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. I want to do something too. Cove nodded with a smile. Then he looked down to the shore with wide, shining eyes. There's at least one place we can hang that's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of that place. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid again. You brought up the idea to Cove and he cringed, but I'm still going. Oh, fuck. What did he say? I'm still going. If the sun is still there a little, I'm staying out as long as it is. We'll tag along. Okay, let's go. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. We'll just stuff everything together. It's fine. I'm done. He rolled his eyes with a bent smile at the announcement. He led the way down to the beach park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared yet. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over top. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly bent over the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown up in the past 2 years. You were still short enough to use the monkey bars yourself. Sometimes being tiny-headed. Are you stealing my blankie? Blankie. When he got to a bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and through, then sat on top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar he perched on. What's going on? Why are you looking at mouses? Why are you looking at mouses? Because they're cute? Okay. I see. It's nice time. Did you just fart? That was like the most cartoon fart ever. We'll take a seat on the swing. You sat down on a free seat and started swinging your legs. First slowly, then you added more power to your kicks. Air rushed past your face and ruffled your hair. You built up enough momentum to let it carry you. It was a lazy arc, not high or fast, perfect for having a conversation. Dude, I remember being in elementary school and going to recess, and the big thing was just to try to like literally flip the swings over the top with you on it. One kid actually succeeded in it. He like literally had to go to the fucking hospital because he swung the swing like over the top bar. I do not understand how. This is my memory, so I could be totally wrong. Maybe he didn't. I remember him swinging it above the bar somehow. It was super common for like the older kids to like wrap the swings around the top bar, like all the swings when they went out. And then so whenever we were like in second grade, we could not get them. So like the fifth graders would take all the swings and they'd wrap them around the top bars, and which is such a dick move because they had recess before us. So like all of us would go out and want to use the swings, and all the swings were wrapped around the top bar, and you can't fucking get them down. So we were just swingless for like many days out of the year until we finally, somebody figured out how to get them down. I don't remember how though. But yeah, that was annoying. My voice was fucked up there. You built up enough momentum to let it carry you. It was a lazy arc, not high or fast, perfect for having a conversation. Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Right, it was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up. I can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Don't scare me like that. One Jeremy's enough. Cove chuckled back at you, a mischievous glint in his eye. You looked around. The old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. You wondered how Cove actually felt, how much of his joke was just a joke, and how much was sincere dislike of this place. Moving had never been his choice. Do you actually like this neighborhood? Do you really have to ask that? I can't... my voice cut out. What the fuck? Cove kicked his legs and carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion.
What happened? I got help.
He kind of is the best thing in this neighborhood. There's really not much going on. Cove beamed at you. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. You chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. I wish the days were longer. I wish this day was longer. His feet kicked out. It made him look like a pouty child. Oh well. Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump and his feet hit the ground. You stopped moving your legs and stood when the swing slowed down. The chains rattled and the swing smacked into you a bit. What? Oh, I was fidgeting with something and it disappeared. My bad. And it smacked into you a bit, its energy not entirely spent. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. When you came to your houses, you turned to each other. Thanks for today. It was nice seeing you. Cove waved and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. Okay, that's sweet. I really wish some of these I had, but I don't. They seem interesting. Okay, I think we'll do like 2 or 3 per each one. Because I do have... Yeah, I don't want to spend like too ungodly long, and I am only gonna stream for 2 or 3 hours. That's really all I have. I don't know. I might stream for longer tonight because I'm cooking. But if I do stream for longer, I'm gonna swap to like drawing later on. Okay, let's do the road trip one. Even though you were awake, the sun had barely peeked its head above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark, though lightning by the minute. Usually you wouldn't be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. Today, instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activity as both your family and Coves prepared for what lay ahead. Because parked in the street just outside your house was a massive RV camper, so big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see the Redwood National Park. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby, taking in the scene in front of him. The prospect of the trip had to be a mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days, so it seemed he was dealing with it as best he could, especially now that you and your family were joining them. You weren't sure exactly how it happened, but you knew your parents and Cove spoke to each other often, and somewhere along the way, plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. The parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. You'd already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything. Oh my, what the fuck did I...
What did I click? What's the button back? Ah! What the... Oh my god, I figured it out.
You'd already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that while it was a pretty big car, fitting that many people inside was going to be snug. Let's go. Move it or lose it, kiddo. Mom bustled past with a cooler in one hand and a large bottle of water under the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragging her feet on every step. I'm gonna need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. God, she's so pretty. Yeah, it's too damn early. Fuck the mornings. Fuck the mornings. Like, actually, like, waking me up in the mornings, shit show. Literally, I have to set, like, an hour. So I have to set alarms, like, an hour before I actually want to be out of bed to get ready. And they have to be within 5-minute intervals of each other. And I do, like, 5 to 10-minute intervals. And they are the most annoying sound. You have... Hang on. Y'all want to hear what my alarm sounds like? Hang on. I got you. Hang on. Let me see if I can find this shit. Surely I can. I just also want to show what the fuck I looked up to find this. Hang on. Let me just, yeah. Hang on. I gotta do, oh, fuck. One tiny thing first. Can I do that real quick? No. I don't know. Come on, is it gonna show it? Oh, I need to undo that. Yeah. Ah! Fuck, it's fucked up. Ah, fucked up. It's fucked up. Ah. Well, it's fixed now. Is it this one? Hey, hang on. I'm determined to find it. No, it's worse than that. It's real bad. No, it's worse than that. It's worse than that. Oh my god, what is it? I'm so determined. Now I have to find it. Why did I go back? What the huh? Is it this? No. No, they're pretty bad. Can I really not find it? No. You know what? No, I have a better solution because I can't find it. Alex, can you come here? Please? Can you do me a favor? I need somebody to reenact the sound my alarm clocks make in the morning. That's not it. Can you come reenact that for me? Pretty please? No? He said no. I can try to reenact my morning alarm clocks. They're really bad. I can't find the audio. That's why I'm not... I can't... I can't use my phone because I use my phone for tracking. It sounds a bit like a... but like really loud. That's nowhere near accurate. I'm being told that's... Well, I have two. I have one that's like... That one's pretty bad. And I have the... one. It's really... They're really annoying. And I despise them. And they make me really, really angry in the mornings. But it's the only way I will wake up. It is the only way. It's real bad. You yawned and rubbed your eyes, still sleepy from the early morning wake-up call. The air outside was still damp from the dew that had helped you... Huh? I can read, I promise. The air outside was still damp from dew, and that helped make you a bit more alert. Hello? There it is. Not again!
I fixed it.
And then at the end of the chain came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started. Her rattling off critiques added some level of normalcy to everything new going on. I don't get why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. Dad is the youngest, and I'll never fall asleep in that loft. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card, then you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for big siblings to make sacrifices for their younger ones. Elizabeth huffed, not happy with that answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. The trip plans had been nailed down prior, the sleeping arrangements included. Elizabeth still held onto her objections with them. There was a main area of the RV with a couch, a loft, and some floor space. At the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your moms were sharing the bed. Kyra was on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined that you and Elizabeth would switch places between the small loft above the driver's seat and sharing bed with the moms. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm good at this, I swear to God. Yeah, it's really unfair that he has to sleep on the floor. I'm not gonna lie. After all, it was supposed to be a trip for him and his family before yours ended up coming along too. Now he'd been kicked out of every bed-like space and put on the floor. There had to be another way to organize things, so it was better for him. We'll suggest sharing the loft with Cove. Cove and I could share the loft when I'm up there. I don't mind making room for him. You took a glance over at Cove. It would be fun to have a little sleepover, just the two of you. No, that loft is too tiny for two people, even if those people are teens. The last thing we need is one of you rolling off and crushing poor Cliff beneath you. Who will take over his driving shifts? The three other parents all laughed at your mom's joke. Cove simply shrugged with a relaxed smile, and you sighed as you were forced to admit defeat. All right, you lot. Does everyone have everything they need? We're heading out in 5 minutes. Now's the time to double check. You don't want to forget something important. At the word, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back into the house, her bedhead hair bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over to you and gave you a smile, setting her hands on her hips. How about you? Do you have all your clothes packed, toiletries, deodorant, floss, anything else you can think of? We're just gonna give her a flat look. You weren't 8 years old anymore. You were 13 and more than capable of remembering what to bring on a trip. All right, I like to fuss. Ma laughed softly and ruffled your hair before she walked off. With a few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed for the trip. Clothes, a pillow, and a blanket. Usual day-to-day gear for most people. You also had more personal things, such as definitely a portable gaming console. The drive to Redwood National Park would take an entire day one way, so you wanted to make sure you had a way to entertain yourself while traveling there and back. Our favorite stuffed animal. Without fail, it made you feel more comfortable whenever you went someplace new. It was taking a little piece of it was like taking a little piece of home away with you. A couple of things to read. This is exactly how I pack, actually. You'd packed one of your old favorites and a new one you'd never tried before. You knew you'd have plenty of time for them both on such a long drive. An MP3 player, yeah, definitely. With so much time going to be spent driving in a car, you wanted to make sure that you'd be able to have some music to put on. I literally just pack everything whenever I go anywhere. And then, yeah, pencils and paper. You had to be prepared in case you saw something to sketch at the park, or if you had to write anything down, or if you needed to pass the time by just doodling. Yeah, and that's probably everything. Hey, let me take that for you. I'll stow in the RV. There's a few spots left it'll fit. You let Kyra take your bag and gave her a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watched the others getting ready for the trip. Kyra and Cliff seemed to have the most energy of anyone. They were finishing packing the suitcases away while your moms had gone to lock up the house. They high-fived whenever another one got crammed into the storage compartments of the vehicle. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Cove's, you could tell that they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away together, anywhere together. Elizabeth skipped towards the RV, a bag slung over her shoulder, and you were surprised to see she seemed more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. Usually, she wasn't one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV or food or to leave her family behind to be with friends. Fair, honestly. You would have thought 3 whole days packed in an RV with 6 others would be too much for her, but it was a nice surprise. You supposed any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. Cove had been pretty quiet so far, and more than anything, she seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. You were eager to get to the destination. You'd been looking up the park online and couldn't wait to explore everything it had to offer. Soon, the miscellaneous remaining tasks had all been wrapped up. Everyone piled into the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start, and it did. Cliff took the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated the massive car out of the narrow neighborhood streets. It was touch and go for the first part of the journey. Your moms and Kyra were all huddled at the front, trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. There was a sense of relief when they got the first long leg. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit, and the RV would only need to go down one stretch of highway for miles. The mom group cleared out of the driver's area, leaving Cove's dad to it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. You felt like you could finally relax now, too. Time slipped by as morning faded away. Before you realized it, the engine of the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed down out of the driver's seat and your mom took over. Mom was sitting shotgun with Mom, giving Mom a quick tutorial on the controls, as if it was her first time driving anything this large. I mean, I don't know. Cliff groaned and he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening up his muscles. We're making good progress. Yeah, maybe you should take a nap in the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did, and I know you're on less sleep than usual. Why is he on less sleep than usual, girl?
That's a bit sauce.
I mean, y'all are divorced and now he's on less sleep than usual? Why? Why? Cliff waved a hand, that trademark grin of his slipping into place. I don't need sleep. I've still got a few miles in the old tank. Oh my god. He flexed an arm, showing off his muscles to drive home the point about how resilient he was home. How about... Oh, my brain was not working. And Kyra rolled her eyes in amusement. Dad, everybody has to sleep. Cove shook his head at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair. Are you going to be driving anytime soon, Mr. Holden? I want to know so I can prepare. Did anyone pack some rope? I might need it. There's no seatbelts up here. Elizabeth called down from where she was lounging in the loft above the driving compartment. She was laying down on her back, her hair falling over the side and swinging around as the RV started up again and took off down the road. A bag of potato chips was balanced on Elizabeth's stomach as she tossed a couple in her mouth right as Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kyra laughed lightheartedly. Lucky for all of us, we have enough adults to cover the shifts today. He won't be driving again until tomorrow. Just enough time to write up my last will and testament. Oh, go back. No, that's not what I want to say. Just enough time to write my last will and testament. Not you too. The rest of the group laughed while Cliff pouted and you gave him an apologetic shrug. Mom then shouted back in her seat to join in the conversation, a playful smile tilting her lips. What I'm more worried about is this old monster getting us there and back again before falling apart. It looks as if it was built in the early 90s. It must be older than some of the occupants. That's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old, I think. Did you ask what year the model was before you rented it? Kyra wrinkled her nose and thought. Yes, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Cliff chuckled at her, and the rest of you let out a collective sigh. The RV lurched a little as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. You felt something graze the top of your head before a weight settled on your orange hair. When you tilted your chin up carefully to look, you heard the rustling of the bag of chips and realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. She gestured to the opening, silently offering to share her snack. We'll take a handful. Reaching up, you scooped up some chips. After that, the weight of the packet left your scalp. You happily munched away as the conversation continued on and you got closer and closer to your destination. The day flew by with the group of you chatting, playing games, and passing the time together before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Ma was closing the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to each other as she made her way back to the room. You had all had dinner tonight while still driving, and some hours after you had arrived at your destination and found a spot to park in for the rest of your stay. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone there was already dozing off to where they were, with Cove having completely fallen asleep, curled up in the passenger seat. He must have done so while Kyra was driving in the last leg, and they had decided not to disturb him. Kyra herself was the only one up there who was still awake, flipping through a magazine next to a portable light from her spot on the couch. It seemed Mr. Holden needed to sleep despite his claims. You followed your moms to the back room and closed the door behind you before crawling onto the bed between them. It was a queen-sized bed, so there was enough space for the three of you together without too much squishing. Bullshit! Bullshit! I have... bullshit. I call it bullshit. I have a queen-sized bed. And me and my husband be like literally... I did it again. We literally fight over space in the bed all the time, every night. And we also have 4 cats who get in and like try to snuggle with... Okay, not all 4 of the cats try to snuggle with us. Like 2 of them maybe try to snuggle with us. So always we have this thing where we be trying to fight for the room, and then 1 to 2 cats, and it's like that shit ain't working. You're telling me that 2 grown women and a 13-year-old are gonna fit in a queen-sized bed?
Yeah,
I call bullshit. I've done it before, but there's definitely a lot of squishing. Get a good rest, Shad. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow. I'm looking forward to the bush walk in the morning. It's been a long time since I was out in nature like this. You stayed awake for a little while longer while your moms whispered about the park and forest in general. With the sound of their voices in the background, eventually you nodded off to sleep. The next morning, you were up bright and early preparing for the day ahead. You slept terribly. There hadn't been enough room for you to spread out or readjust your position, and the mattress was uncomfortable. It became hot with the two other people sitting next to you. Ma whined a bit about the firmness of the mattress, but Mom had only encouraged her to enjoy this trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding a space of your own as the others were doing the same thing. Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking up his legs every time someone wanted to move past. The parents were checking, double-checking, and triple-checking that you had everything, to the point where you had stopped listening to them altogether. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of the backpacks that were packed up and ready to go, you doubted anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in a bustle and headed into the Redwood National Park. Wow. Cove had tilted his head upwards to the canopy of trees, his eyes as wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. You knew that the redwood trees here were considered the tallest trees on Earth, but you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person. Smile, you two. You spun just in time for Kyra to snap a picture of you and Cove together before she pointed her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protest that she should just enjoy the moment. Your parents were walking behind the group a little, with Mom telling Ma some information that she had read about the park in a brochure. Ma listened happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking a question or making a joke about something Mom had said. You smiled at them, thinking your mom must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. Maybe you should come and work here as a tour guide if you know so much about the place. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from your mom. She seemed to be enjoying herself, but you thought that might just be because she was amused by everybody else's reactions. We're in an okay mood. We're in a good mood. The air was fresh and clean, and it was nice to be outdoors with the people you loved the most. You were certain that this was only the beginning of what would be a great day. The adults had decided on some casual nature walks rather than any serious hiking, and you strolled along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. Elizabeth sped up a little, smirking at Cove as she fell into place between the two of you, and immediately you could tell by her expression that she was going to say something taunting. I can't believe our families are actually going on vacation together. She threw her arms out, speaking with a genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove smiled at her, even if it was a little awkwardly, and continued walking along. Just watch, and next year they'll be talking about their new, amazing idea. She put on a fake voice deeper than her own. We should just sell both of our houses and move in together. Think of how much we'd save on the mortgage. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not really bothered by her. You supposed he was used to it at this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family just because we live across the street from one another. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you. Maybe one day we will be related, legally anyway. She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady. Maybe. I guess you and me could get married, Elizabeth. What? Me? Yeah, that way Shad would be my sister-in-law. That would be fun. Elizabeth stuck her tongue out at Cove, as if the very idea were ridiculous. I'm so... It's a dating sim, bro. I'll marry you, Cove. We must unite our family ties to increase the pull in the community. And that would be fitting considering what you thought about when you first met him. A political marriage? It might be alright with you. Then it's an agreement. Okay. Elizabeth poked her tongue out at the both of you, giving you a sour look. She walked ahead, obviously not getting the responses she was looking for, and you and Cove swapped amused looks. As the day continued on, with plenty to see and experience, you passed a few different activities that you would have liked to try out if you had time, such as kayaking and rock climbing, but Ma said you had to wait for another trip. There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside and set out a picnic for lunch, nibbling on the selection of fruit, sandwiches, and chips. Various birds flew overhead, and you made a game out of guessing the species that were hanging out in the trees nearby. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half of Cliff's sandwich. You were disappointed to have only one day at the park, yeah. There was so much here, and you felt like you'd need a whole week, maybe even more, to experience it all. You sighed quietly to yourself, wondering if you'd get the chance to come back. Your group made it back to camp just as the sun was setting in the sky and the stars were appearing one by one. Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it most. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner, then afterwards you pitched in to help clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early and spend some time together while the parents stayed outside longer. It was nice to have space to yourselves after the camped journey there, and while Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were left in the main lounge area. We'll hang out with Cove. We might as well get comfortable. Who knows how long they'll be out for. You took a seat on the sofa while Cove sat next to you on the other end, tapping his fingers against his knees. You know, I hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in the summer. Oh, yeah. I like wearing as few layers as possible. It's easier that way. I would rather be cold than extra hot, and it's kind of a pain to carry clothes around. My parents made me bring this jacket. I'm the same way. Hang on, I dropped my fidget. I'm fidgeting with a bobby pin. I had two when I started, but one of them's disappeared, so now I'm down to just one bobby pin, which is quite, I don't know, it's sad. It's distressing. They're bulky and heavy, and they usually make me feel too warm. Cove smiled lightly at you and nodded. I've noticed. We'll ask him what he likes to see others wear. Hey, what kind of things do you think are nice to see on another person? Cove's eyes widened at the question, and his defensive reply seemed to slip out before he had the chance to have a proper think about it. Nothing! It's kind of funny. You laughed out loud, and Cove gave you a dry look. Come on, that's not what I meant. You composed yourself and sat up straighter, all traces of laughter disappearing from your face. Answer with what you mean, then. Isn't there anything at all you think looks good when you see it on someone? Cove mumbled under his breath, and you couldn't quite catch the words. He was having a difficult time with the subject. I swear I won't make fun of you. That's not really it. He's so obviously got a crush. It's so cute. Cove seemed pretty grumpy about your statement, but you weren't ready to give up so easily. Please. Cove sighed and looked down into his lap, where he was fidgeting with his hands, still reluctant to give an answer. You made an unimpressed sound over how this was going. Are you sure? Fine, I guess I kind of like ankle bracelets. Ankle bracelets? Yeah, everyone can wear a pretty bracelet. Wrist ones are cool too, but they're pretty normal. There's something fun or flirty about ankle bracelets. It's more special or something. I don't know how to explain it. Cove brushed his knuckles against his cheek awkwardly, seemingly unsure where to go from here. So you think they're sexy? What? No, I can't believe you'd even use that word to describe it. Cove had been absolutely scandalized by your statement, and you could only laugh. When he said nothing else, you took a moment to gather your own thoughts. Yeah, maybe you had to get an anklet on ASAP. Yeah, we have to get an anklet on ASAP. You needed to see how Cove would react about that. Cove looked away again, feeling awkward about this. You gave him an understanding look, and soon enough, he was smiling like normal again. Well, now you have to answer too. What do you like for another person? Muscles, pretty hair, glasses. Oh god, do it again. Pretty hair, glasses, or blue eyes? All of these are true, honestly. I personally really like muscles, but we're gonna say blue. Fuck it, we're gonna say muscles. Cove chuckled as though you had said something highly amusing. Good luck. I hope you find someone. With that, the topic abruptly dropped off. Cove officially had no more to say on it. The parents all arrived soon after, each one climbing into the RV and finding some place to sit down and rest their legs. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, came out from the room for the first time since having joined you all. You spent the evening chatting and playing a few games, enjoying the last evening of the trip together. Bedtime arrived within the blink of an eye. As the group hunkered down for the night, your mom did a final round to be sure nothing had been left behind. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning, like on the first day, but would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for all of them to get up. Now was the time to check if you had left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident you had it all packed up inside the RV, which meant it was time to go get rest before the journey home tomorrow. Your moms and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading to the back room while you climbed up the loft. Cove and his family got situated below in the previously set arrangement. You tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you could be back in your own bed at home. The trip, it was a fun little mini adventure. It was short, that was for sure, but you got to see and do so much during your time here. All in all, it was a nice break away from home. The minutes ticked by silently. It didn't take long for the soft snores of Cliff and Kyra to drift up to you. They were asleep now. You wondered if Cove was still awake and decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blinked through the dark. Looking down the hall, you noticed Cove lying on his back, his eyes staring straight up at the ceiling. His seafoam hair was spreading out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him because suddenly his eyes locked on yours. It was difficult to see him in the dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face well enough. I'm gonna make a silly face. Cove rolled his eyes at you, or at least you thought he did. We'll gesture for him to come over. Cove looked unsure about it, but you were happy to see him slowly start to sit up. Anyway, I dropped my fucking... I found my other bobby pin! Yay! I'm a fidgeter. If nothing else, I'm a... Go back. Go back. Go back! I didn't mean to click it. His sleeping bag rustled as he moved, and though he tried to go slow, he froze up like a deer in the headlights every time he made a sound, watching his parents for any slight sign of movement. Eventually, he managed to maneuver around his sleeping dad and make it to the ladder, standing on the bottom rung where he looked up at you and whispered, "What?" We'll invite him up to the loft. You wanna come up? His eyes widened just so. You could only tell because he had come up to where you were. Cove glanced behind him quickly at his sleeping parents before returning back to you. Okay. You broke out into a grin and scooched back as far as you could, making space for Cove to crawl in. He was very tall, so it wasn't a great fit for him, but he managed to squeeze himself in. Luckily, you were short enough to leave him some room. You laid down next to each other on your sides, face to face. He got under the blanket a bit. One of his arms was nestled under his head for comfort. The other had nowhere to go and rested alongside his chest on the floor of the loft. Cove spoke to you softly. So what am I doing here? I thought we could hang out. Cove's eyebrows dipped. He probably thought you had something more important that was going on. It isn't a big deal for us to both be in the loft, right? Yeah, it's not some huge thing. We've shared a million times by now, and usually they're the ones encouraging us. Cove gestured in the direction of the parents, and you nodded in agreement. They had always tried to put you and Cove together ever since you were little. I wonder why, dude. I wonder why. I wonder how much trouble... Oh, fuck. I wonder how much trouble we'll be in if we get caught. It wouldn't be nearly as much as we would have been in if my mom found out you snuck into my room for the night at the start of the summer. He winced just imagining it. I still can't believe I did that and didn't get caught. It was very dramatic. It was a very dramatic morning. You could easily picture his frantic escape in your mind's eye. You're kind of a troublemaker, aren't you, Cove? No, I don't think so. Cove trailed off and he seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. Well, maybe sometimes. Cove smiled fondly at you, and you grinned triumphantly. You spent the rest of the night smoshed up in the little loft together, whispering about your past memories and trying not to giggle too loud at the silly things you had gotten up to over the years. Eventually, the chatting trailed off, and you noticed Cove had drifted off to sleep. You followed soon after. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it traveled the long journey home. You noticed quickly that you weren't as warm as you had been during the night, and when you checked next to you, Cove was gone. Blinking sleepily, you picked over the ledge of the loft to find out where he'd gone. Maybe he'd snuck back to his spot on the floor during the night. However, you soon noticed him sitting on the couch and talking quietly with his mom, his head hung in embarrassment. I fucking knew it was gonna happen. I love getting people in trouble. It's so much fun. Your movement gave you away, and Kyra suddenly looked up and caught your eye. She simply smiled amusedly at you, and it was obvious what happened. Cove hadn't gotten away with it. They found him there in the loft, and then you woke up while he was trying to explain. You knew it was going to be a long time before you lived this one down, if you ever did. Soon your moms and Elizabeth emerged from the room, dressed and ready for the day of travel. You spent the most of the day hanging out together in the RV, savoring the last few hours of vacation. Kyra suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Cove when he was younger, and you all had a great time competing against each other. A little later in the day, you tried to talk to Cove about what happened to the loft, but he simply apologized and changed the subject. It was a bit too much for him to try speaking on, especially right now. You understood. When the RV finally pulled onto your street, it was well into the night, and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days away. Everyone else must have been feeling the same because it was mutually agreed that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until tomorrow morning. Once home again, you went straight up to your room and dropped onto your bed, shoes and all. Yeah, we miss being near Cove. The two of you had basically been living together for 3 days. It was nice. But you knew that it wouldn't be the last time the two of you would spend time together, and that thought comforted you. With those last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it wasn't long before you dozed off to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go on like normal. Oh god, do we do an... I kind of want to see growing. Really quick, really quick, we're gonna swap over my BRB screen because I want to go get myself a drink. I'm gonna go get myself a Mountain Dew and I'll come in here and open it because it's a really fun little sound, and then we'll continue on. We're just gonna play the music of the game because it's cute, it's sweet, I like it. Catchy. Hang on, I'm gonna feed my cats too. I opened the door and they literally started like screaming at me, so I'll do that. Dude, I'm back. But I definitely opened the drink before getting back. That sucked. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. I mean, I did. Oh my god, the rat queen is streaming. She's streaming. Oh my god, Cult of the Lamb? If that stream goes on long enough, I might join. But I do have more airheads. So, if I talk with my mouth full and it's like not durable, that's why. That's why. Okay. The green ones and the orange ones are like the best. They're really fucking good. I don't know, that one's so. Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. You, your mom, and your sister were lounging by the TV, lounging around while the TV blared on in the backdrop, ignored by all of you. You specifically were, perched on one arm of the couch, yep. Elizabeth had claimed the entire couch for herself. It was too hot to argue over the space, so you didn't bother. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand. Ugh, I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mom looked up the magazine she'd been barely flipping through and frowned, concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts. Mom got up from her seat and my hip. Mom got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains? You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. I'd rather be my heart forever than deal with this. Oh my god. Mom walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon, Elizabeth will have a home of her own. Maybe even with a nice husband and some kids if she feels like it. She sniffled loudly and wiped at her eye, but you could tell that it was just a bit. You tilted your head. Even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys, it was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or a husband. No. Definitely can imagine her with a boyfriend. It would not be a long-term boyfriend, though. Like, this girl would be one of the cheerleaders who dates every guy on the football team. So, I don't know what girlie's on about.
I can't imagine her with a boyfriend.
No, I can see her with one. It just would not last very long. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Mom must agree with you because she shook her head. Let's not exaggerate. She's still practically a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely. We're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust. No way. I'm not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped and she gasped in an exasperated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her chest. Mom only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I can listen anyway. Mom started at her own joke while Ma busted into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up. I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone. Hang on. I'm gonna turn that like all the way up. She strode off towards the staircase, taking the steps 2 at a time. Her mom started after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops, looks like we scared her off with all that romance talk. We'll get her next time. You watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously, your mom's liked women, but you had no idea that Ma liked guys too. Today was the first day that you heard her say something like that. Oh fuck, I haven't remembered that one. Ma, I always thought you only liked ladies. You like guys too? Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you'd spoken up. She nodded and smiled. That's right, I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. And mention again, hang on. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners, like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheeks lightly. Mom reached up to cup a hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling on her cheek, their hands remained clasped together. Thanks, Lahani. I like when most women have charm, but no one can handle you. Aw, Pamela. Wake up. It's boiling on my mouth. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek she'd been pinching before. Cringe. He slouched down as if that would hide you from sight. Why were parents like that? Ma looked back down to you, letting Mom's hand go with the brief squeeze. She settled down next to you and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. Girl. Yeah. She bumped her shoulder with yours, a reassuring smile in place. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want.
Okay.
I want to be a doggy. Not really, but... Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now either. Life's nice like that. It can change and you can learn. Mom nodded in agreement. The two of us are still happy to hear you out, and we may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. She gave Ma the weakest, scathing look possible while being unable to stop grinning. Okay. Nod silently. You weren't sure what to say to that. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth and now you? Do you have to grow up? Yes. Children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents grew quickly absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside, and you just let the AC out. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room. You checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed by it. You thought back to the conversation you'd had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit close to the mirror. You stared into it and turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. Hang on, wouldn't be more bite and then no more airheads. And you'll have to listen to me like mumble because of them. They're just so freaking good, though. Oh, really good. Yum, 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 yum. Dude, anytime I look over at my husband's computer or I see his Discord, I feel like I'm gonna lose my mind. He never has less than like 200 notifications, and some of the servers he in have like literally like 150 notifications in the server, like on the server icon, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, clear them. Fucking, it's, how does, I do not understand how he handles it. Truly, having like the red dot in the corner where it's really just the red dot drives me bonkers. Let alone the red dot with like a number in it. Like, fuck. If you don't clear out your fucking notifications, you're a psychopath. And most people do it on the phone. But he does it on the phone, but not on Discord, which makes me go crazy. You were definitely growing all right. It was weird thinking about how you were now in comparison to what you'd been when you were younger. And when it came to your body, it why is tits not an option? Wait, hang on. What did I say? The fuck? Go back. God, I did the wrong thing again. We'll do some muscle definition. You shifted to the side and your head was still facing forward and continued self-evaluation from this viewpoint. Wow. What options? Female and... You... Yeah! Titties! There was no mistaking it, even with your shirt helping to obscure your farm. You had boobs now. You ran a fingertip over your birthmark. That was something that had been consistent for you. You took a step backwards, finishing your impromptu inspection, and you locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered, you had no idea how to feel. You tilted your head over to the opposite side, as if that would help you make up your mind. It didn't. You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffled over your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brow scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were far and few between. I said that backwards. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. Shad, there's a call for you. Cove wants to come over. Is that all right? You perked up at the words, sitting up in bed. You yelled back immediately. Yeah. You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You needed to go downstairs soon anyway, because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back onto the receiver. She glanced at Ma, leaning her hip against the kitchen counter. Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Ma clicked her tongue in the clear disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. Oh, I know. He's very sweet. That's what makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school was egging Shad on to behave badly, I think we can both agree that she'd do the right thing on in the end. But if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Shad to be a part of the ride, can we really be certain of what call she'd make then? Yes, I think so. Shad helps Cove settle down. He would have gotten himself in even more trouble without her. Thanks. You have a point. Ma just laughed as she turned away, still snorting. Her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise, then waved at you with an easy grin. Mom looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well. Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already. I just wanted to let you know it was happening. We'll call Mom out. Well, if I hadn't come now, then I wouldn't have heard everything you said. Ooh, you got caught, Pam. What? You were saying things too. I didn't say anything I wouldn't have told Shad directly. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head at your parents, even though you fought a blush when you remembered what they'd had just been discussing. All right, you got me. I'm sorry for being gossipy and saying that about your friend. I can be bad too. We'll get out of your way now. Mom sighed in a mock defeat and made her way down the hall. Ma followed after her with a hushed giggle. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove, and that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in at once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did. Well, just nudge his shoulder. You reached over and nudged his shoulder. Cove rocked to the side a bit and rolled his eyes, but he was smiling. Cove sighed and wiped his face a little bit. You noticed the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in the air-conditioned place, even if he only had to walk across the street to get there. Is something going on? Why did you want to come over? I don't want to do anything, not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely to the humid air hanging around. I thought I could at least do nothing with you. How do you know I was doing nothing? Maybe I had plans. I didn't, so I called. Your mom told me you were free. He got you there. So much for teasing him. Have you had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shakes his head. Really. I hadn't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Yeah, I get like that sometimes too. My parents don't like it when I do that though. Mine don't either. They'll ask if I ate when I get home. Go back home. I had to burp. Ugh. As one, you headed to the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there something cold or not cooked? Yeah. After a bit of back and forth, the two of you concluded that you should raid the fridge and the cabinet in order to make sandwiches. With that settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layers first. There was a wide variety to choose from since everyone in your house had their own favorites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free bread, and pita pockets. Okay, why would you have all of those? Like, that's not everybody having their own favorite. That's just having literally all of the breads. That's what that's called. Which I guess is fair, but Jesus. Could you take the grain one for me? Sure. Reach for the mixed grains, then made your decision. Cinnamon swirl! Oh my god, cinnamon swirl bread! You pulled out the cinnamon swirl bread too, putting both items onto the counter. You then had to decide what the main direction the sandwich would go in was. Sweeter. Something sweet would be perfect in the sweltering heat. As for the specific ingredients... Oh my god, marshmallow fluff. Strawberries, apple slices, and strawberry jam. That's everything. You nodded to yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. The two of you bristled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. You focused intently on assembling your own for the most part. When you were close to being done, though, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cove was putting a sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as a banana peel. So he was making a peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. You didn't think much of it. It wasn't that surprising or interesting. Curiosity satiated, you turned back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation. He turned to you, studying your sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You guessed it didn't look inedible to him, at least. Done?
Cool.
Yeah. Cool. He waited as you returned the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils. Then the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered into the bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep it a bit cooler. He immediately took a bite of his sandwich, chewed, then hummed happily. The sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started on your own sandwich. You were enjoying yours too. Obviously, you were a pro at making sandwiches. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Wanna do something? Look, I cannot take the words wanna do something seriously now, or like non-sexually, because anytime where I'm just like laying in bed with my husband and he wants to do something, if you catch my drift, you catch my drift. He rolls over and he's like, you wanna do something? Or like, he doesn't say it like that. He's just like, you wanna, I can't even say it how he says it. He says it like such a, like, it's not goofy, but like this very specific tune. He's like, you wanna do something? Like, I can't take that shit seriously. It makes me think Doherty. Sam that the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin despite his lack of enthusiasm. Like what? Wait, go back. Hang on. What was that last option I saw? You couldn't even muster a reply. I thought it was something interesting like fucking murder. Like what? He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about tic-tac-toe? Sure, why not? You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand while keeping a half slice of his sandwich in his left. I want to be X's, so you can go first. I think that's fair. Okay, that works for me. You prepared to note down your first move, your marker hovering over the paper. Oh, fuck, am I actually playing it? On the first round, you were able to take another bite of your sandwich, and then a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. The TV. It was on earlier, but no one was really watching. Then everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs if no one's there. Cove smiled crookedly at that. Poor show. Playing with no one around to enjoy it? What was it? He squinted off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama? Cove nodded sleepily, his eyes closed then opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well, you rested your chin on your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long blonde hair, I think. She was the one solving crimes, like as a detective or something. There were scenes in a police station because someone got arrested. You lapsed into silence, and the both of you thoughtful. Then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in on the laughter anyways. I don't know what it is. Me neither, and I just saw it. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. Feels so sticky. I'm gonna be stuck to this floor forever now. No way. I'll peel you off if I have to. Wait. What was that swimming? Oh, no. I thought it was swimming. I can't read. I need to read all of them first. Why not? If you do, my skin won't budge. It'll just be stuck on your floor. You'll tell me you're in half. You stuck your tongue out, disgusted, and Cove huffed a short laugh. Then you returned to the game. I don't think it really matters, like, where I actually put it. Oop, I won. I didn't think I would. I wasn't trying that hard. He smiled at you in an amused way. You somehow weren't surprised by that, despite Cove being the one who suggested the game in the first place. He started to yawn, his hand coming up to cover his mouth. It quickly transitioned into a small laugh. Hang on. I want to win, actually. Yeah. Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, tic-tac-toe is such a weird name for a game. What does it even mean? It's a really old game. No one's really sure where it came from. Really? Nobody knows? Not for sure. Wow. Cove sounded impressed that you knew that piece of trivia. You sat up straight under the weight of his stare. Oh, fuck. Hang on. No. Come back. By this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, but now you were getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go downstairs and get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with false suspicion. But hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue, defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. Nobody wins. Oops, it's a tie. Were you out of it? I didn't think you tried that. Huh? Were you out of that? I know I didn't try that hard. He smiled at you in an amused way. You somehow weren't surprised by that, despite Cove being the one who suggested the game in the first place. He started to yawn, his hand coming up over his mouth. It quickly transitioned into a small laugh. You understood why. Yawning just as he said he was feeling disinterested was a kind of a funny choice. Or coincidence. Fuck. You're the one who wanted to play in the first place. Cove just grinned and flopped onto his back, leaving his marker on the floor beside him. You stayed seated, looking at your friend as he stretched himself out. You really are so tall now. Cove snickered a bit at the random topic. He propped himself up onto his elbows, meeting your gaze. Why are you even bringing that up? You shrugged. It made perfect sense to you to bring it up. My moms were talking about me and Elizabeth growing up, getting bigger and stuff. What kind of stuff? Well, Mom only likes women, and Mara likes women too, but not just women. Yeah? Since the two of you were engaged in a conversation, Cove got back into a sitting position. He brought a knee up and rested his arm atop it. A wistful expression overtook his face. I wonder when I'll know how I feel about that kind of thing. You don't know? Cove shook his head. I heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people, guys, girls, or whoever. But I haven't. Nothing's changed. Maybe I have to grow up more. Maybe you just don't like anybody, or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cove seemed to appreciate that thought, if the smile that appeared onto his lips was any indication. Okay, what about you? What do you like? He turned his attention to you, looking encouraging. Yeah, only specific cases and situations. Oh my goodness, my battery is low. But specifically when it came to how you felt towards boys. Keep hearing. Oh, Michael's back. We'll have to wait until Alex is back, it's fine. Yeah, they're attractive. And how you felt about girls' tits. For people who aren't exclusively male or female. Yeah. You returned your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for your response. Fuck it, we'll tell him. He nodded understandingly at your attempt to describe how you felt. Then he scratched the back of his head, sheepish. I'm not sure how we ended up talking about all that when we just started playing tic-tac-toe. But it was good, I think. The conversation had a mind of its own. Tell your husband I'm home. Michael, tell him yourself. Text him. He's on his... he might be in the shower now. So he might be showering. And I'm not getting off my game. Text him or call him, like, on his phone, because he does have that. Cove chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. No, you? No. So have you found any new songs recently? Yeah, actually. I'm really glad you brought it up. The conversation took a lighter turn after that, and it felt like you got closer that afternoon. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cove, with some minor complaints. You both stretched your arms, groaning, and yawned into your hands. You glanced out your window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow you'd made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turned toward you, motioning towards your window with his chin. When I go outside, it might be better out there than it is in here now. Sounds good. I could really use some fresh air. The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. You stepped outside, one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. This time of day, it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin and relax your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. Your opinion sure has changed since you were first on this hill. Cove chuckled, not even attempting to deny your words. A beat passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was incredibly soft when he spoke up again. I'm glad I met you. You're really important to me, you know? You're special to me. Your voice came out equally delicate. From the way his features brightened, though, you knew he heard you. Then Cove rested an arm on one of your shoulders, leaning against you. Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. Okay. I think we'll go summer end. Yeah. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow, you were heading to class. Bummer. Summer had been so much fun. When you thought about going back to school, it was with a sense of loss. Soon, you wouldn't be able to choose how your days were spent without the school bell telling you where to be and when. It was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for your final day of freedom. Life was going to be different. You had to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to normal. What did your normal life really mean? You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year, the pattern of school and summer itself would be gone over for good. It was hard to imagine. You'd gotten distracted, one arm still out of his sleeve. You pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. This season had brought about plenty of changes of its own, like Kyra's visit. That, though, too, was coming to an end today. Your mind wasn't made up. Some of her mannerisms grated on you, but you liked other things. It was hard to come to a conclusion. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be there any moment. You'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over and bring you around to his house when she was ready to set off, but you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kyra Kyra's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once again, he was able to adjust. But once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. That was a relief for everyone. You turned to your desk where the box containing your accessories resided. We bought several anklets. Your eyes bored of the box. Should you wear any for Cove's visit today? Not the anklet. We're gonna wear several anklets. A wicked smile crept over your face as you adorned anklet after anklet. There was no way Cove would miss it. People from the East Coast would be able to hear you jangling. The next thought that crossed your mind was, oh my god. We'll wait in our room. You made yourself comfortable in your bed. This is where you'd be hanging out, so there wasn't much point in going downstairs just to come straight back up again. It wouldn't be the first and probably wouldn't be the last time that Cove brought himself up to your room without you taking him there. A knock at your door broke you from the idle daydream you'd been having about endless summer. You recognized the sound immediately, different from the cheery tune Ma rapped out when she wanted your attention or Mom's direct beats, and Elizabeth tended to skip knocking completely. Those knocks were just hard enough to be heard and had uncommonly long pauses in between. They were Cove's. Come in. Cove opened the door, smiling casually as he caught your eye. Hey. Hi. He stepped closer and farther into the room. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Cove sat down in your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed and made it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, held his hands in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When is your mom leaving? We've got some time. She's still got to shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out through the window, and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving. Just I'm getting used to her being there every day. He leaned back in the chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. He'll be back. He cocked his head thoughtfully before he shrugged. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water following a dip in the sea. Cove looked back at you, his lips parted as if he was about to speak, but instead, his eyes widened and his mouth closed in a tiny frown. Something caught his attention. Several somethings, to be accurate. It was a wonder that he hadn't heard or spotted them sooner. He cast his eyes back up to your face, then down to your ankle, and back to your face. He repeated the process once, twice more, as if struggling to hold the two items in tandem. Maybe he was weighing up whether this could be coincidence or not. If so, you weren't sure how to make it much clearer you could while still being able to lift your feet. Or maybe he was too shy to verbalize his thoughts or still trying to find the words, and this was the most he could manage. The attention made you feel, oh, this is fucking amazing. You were energized by how impactful it had been, wanting to leap up but not wanting to break the spell the jewelry had placed on Cove. On his next glance back to your face, Cove saw your expressions had shifted. You watched as his bewilderment eroded into mortification as he realized that he had been caught staring. He quickly spun into the chair spun in the chair to face the wall instead, allowing you to glimpse the flush that had spread all the way across to his ears. His embarrassment finally wore off for him to pipe up again. I know you're doing that on purpose. Are you trying to make fun of me? What do you mean? You know, about what I said before on the road trip. What did you say before? Cove groaned, tilting his head up to the ceiling. He had not bought your act. Why do I ever tell you things? How does it look? You lifted your leg up and pointed it towards his chair so he could get the best view. Cove just huffed in response. He jerked his face to the side. You waited patiently, not taking your eyes off him or lowering your foot until he gave in. Well, with the roll of an eye, he conceded. I think it looks good. Cove prodded an accusing finger in your direction. But you already knew that because I told you. His comment drew a grin from you. He smiled back, the final shadows of his frantic initial reaction sweeping aside. Cove perched an elbow on the chair's arm and propped his jaw against its curled hand. There was a natural ease to his movements, a familiarity of the echoes of all the times before when he'd sat in that same position. This was a really nice summer. I'm looking forward to the next. Cove nestled cozily in your chair, smiled at your response. Cove idly glanced out the window. He gave a resignated sigh. It's gonna be harder to surf, you know, with school. It's getting colder out. I don't want to get rusty. I liked surfing, but I wish it liked me. I can't stick to the board. He gave a light smile coupled with a shrug as a response. The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Mrs. Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you could both cross the street. The door's open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. Ah, so scary. Can you open the door? The kitty room? Do not go in there with them, though. Is there any food left over? Can you put it in one of the bowls and put it in the drawer? Yeah, that's how I put it away. Yeah, that's fine. This isn't the last time you'll see her. I know, but I got used to having her here. Yeah. It was hard to think of a world where you didn't have both of your moms living at home with you, so you couldn't even imagine how hurt Cove must have been feeling knowing that his mom was leaving. You thought you saw his bottom lip quiver just before he turned his head away from you. We don't have to head over if you don't want to. No, it'll be worse if I miss her leaving. Huh? Yeah, you open that door and she knows. She knows, and she tries to steal all their food. Wait, come here. Come here.
Butt. You got a nice butt. I'm gonna eat your butt. I get you.
Okay, I'm back. At that, some of the conflict wearing on his face eased a bit. Together you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey kids. Good timing, I just called the taxi. Hi. And hi Shad, I'm so glad to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked and Cove pouted on the cue over the teasing. I hope you had a good time visiting. I really did, thank you. Nodding, Kyra turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
And I'm so glad that this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. And then Cove stiffened. Kyra loosened her hold on him enough to study his face, concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son. You wanna unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter. What's wrong? Cove sighed and his gaze flickered over you for a moment, and then just as quick, it was back on his parents. It's alright. Are you sure? I don't want to do it now. I can tell Dad later. Nervously, you watched the exchange with the growing suspicion that Cove didn't want to have that conversation while you were there. You wondered if you should offer to leave when Kyra gave Cove a pat on the head. You can always call me if you want me to be part of the conversation, okay? I'll call. Thanks, Mom. Cliff still looked baffled about what Kyra and Cove were referring to, but you watched as his shoulders slowly relaxed. You figured that he decided to wait for Cove to be ready to talk to him. And with Cliff's silence, things seemed to be settled for now. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house and in clear view of the open door. Kyra stood up, smiling sadly. Well, that's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kyra, and as you all filed out of the house, father and son went with Kyra's bags in hand. My phone's telling me it's at 20% again. Once outside, you spotted Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably as he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hi, Shad. Hi, Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time. Sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He kept nervously rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe. I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been so sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. Derek came to hang out often, so it was inevitable that the two had met at some point this season. I think so too. It was apparent that Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We're just about set. In that short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kara took one last look at everything inside. All right, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling, but Kyra still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to the Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk in that door at home. Otherwise, we'll all be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there. I can do that. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course, I want to hear all about it. I skipped it. What the fuck? Kyra put her hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom, I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap on the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed at his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving, and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up to his dad and then wrapped an arm across his back. Bye, Mom. Bye. Travel safe. Kara rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to... we'll wave goodbye. As the taxi headed down the road, you stuck your hand in the air to send her off. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty street, still looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were before. Or, with the way things were before. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. That was a great vacation, huh? Yeah. That's what I was hoping to hear. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth. Well, Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Your mom's exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head.
Sweet. That's
That's very sweet, Derek, but it's all right. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged.
okay.
I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. You wondered if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Ma tried to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You can all come back in an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Ma nodded in agreement. Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so then I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused at Cliff as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased smile.
Very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over to the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, that's going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It's not fair to make you cook when we're the ones who are inviting you in. Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off. I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged. An airtight argument? If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expect him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head and a fond smile on his face. Then all us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment. I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face. So what now? You silently wondered as if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could genuinely just want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
It sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Okay. You strode across the road as a group, down to the beach and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool. He ran over to a street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Why would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat? Please. Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there's a boss of the shopping street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whenever they want to do whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out it's a possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something. We know cool stuff. If we think about it, I'm sure we could plan a show that would really get the crowd pumped. We'll give a look to the other two. Derek continued to brainstorm out loud on several different potential performances where he glanced over at Cove and Elizabeth. I mean, I can bounce a soccer ball in my head. Last time I tried, I got 8 bounces before it fell. I wouldn't bring a ball here. Why not? Cove gestured to everything around. The stalls, the people, all the colorful chaos that made up the shopping street. Why would you want to chase a lost ball here? What if it hit somebody? Even if you're good, somebody else could bump into you. That's true. Derek thought about it some more. Though, then he watched another performer, a woman doing tricks with 2 small dogs. One was fluffy and cream-colored, while the other was a cool gray. The woman held up rings. Both animals jumped through the openings, happy to receive a treat at the end. Derek brightened. Maybe I'll teach crabs how to race. Crabs? It could work. With some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked out a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought that it had to be Greenland. You know, this is a world that looks like... this is a world with what looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. No, it's Australia. The other 3 giggled at your interjection. Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him and tried to see what caught his attention. Then you saw a familiar face down the way, and it all made sense. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove sighed. Neither of them were happy to see him again. We'll smile at Jeremy. He just looked dismissive. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid. Huh? She still didn't get it. That first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression of her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed, and then Cove smiled tightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten about the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for the vacation with the parents he hated. That glimpse of was probably the last time you would ever see him. No, it's not. We'll keep the realization to everyone. Jeremy's probably gone for good now. It's time for him to go back to wherever he's from. Yeah, guess we won't have to worry about that guy anymore. Derek kicked at a little rock in the road. It clattered forward and then rolled under a stall. But I still think it's kind of sad Jeremy turned out to be, well, like he is. It would have been nicer to make another friend. Cove shook his head. He was clearly not broken up over what might have been. Maybe he'll become nicer in the future. Elizabeth rolled her eyes at the strange farewell to the odd boy. Not interested in the slightest, she clearly didn't understand his impact, and at this point, she didn't want to understand. You couldn't help but wonder, though, what would have happened if you had interacted with Jeremy more? Jeremy was unlike anyone you had ever met before. Oh, he's definitely fucking pitiful. You and the group moved on from the stall and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everybody to return to the joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet.
Okay.
Come on, guys. Let's go get... Come on, guys. Let's get going so that we can eat. I'm starving. Homebound, here we go. Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go, then. He looked at him appraisingly. Carry me. Hey, Cove. Yeah? Could you carry me back home? What? Cove's smile said that he was amused, while the tips of his eyebrows was full of disbelief. It's a special occasion. I think it's a special transportation that makes such sense on a big day. Cove sighed and shook his head. Elizabeth and Derek became a chorus of laughter. Come on, Cove. It'll be fun. All right. Cove stepped over to you. He looked like he couldn't believe what he was doing. Your lips quirked into a large smile. Ah, yeah, thanks. How fun. He carefully crouched down in front of you so that you could climb on. It took a little bit of clambering to get yourself completely up on Cove's back. However, when Cove slipped his arms under your legs, you stood up and felt very secure. Very secure? Wow. Wait, are we on his shoulders or like on his back? So is it a piggyback or like on his shoulders? Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Derek laughed even harder. It was fair to say that your antics were entertaining. You were glad that Cove went with it. Cove carried you home, contentedly. Other than a few... Oh my god, I can't read! Other than a few good-natured jokes at your expense, he didn't complain. He made it all the way back to your house without putting you down. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got to the front door and he held it open for everyone as you moseyed inside. The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time. I hope you're hungry. When Cove had brought you inside, the parents couldn't help but notice that odd... how do you say that word? Oh my god. Conveyance? I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god. Your moms were unsure and Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow.
Okay?
Did you pull something? I'm okay. Aw, Cove, you've gotten so strong and reliable too. What a guy. Cove rolled his eyes at the commentary, then started walking to your couch. He bent down and let you plop yourself back on the couch. Thanks for the lift. Cove exhaled loudly and shook out his arms. He just seemed relieved that he made it. So, did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for the people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware had already been placed out. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right. Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. I had fun. Yeah, the bank heist went off without a hitch. Your joke got some chuckles going around the table. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a group this big over for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close... wow, my brain just totally blanked there. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As everything got set up, Ma chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
No.
And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. Mr. Holman seemed unsure. Holman? Oh my god. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave her a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned in a long suffering. I think I'm just dumb. Ma giggled and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not bad.
A lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He's the one with the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. His table manners on top of all of his attempts to aid your parents made him the model meal attendee behavior.
Aww.
It's nothing. It's true though, you've been a lovely guest. I've noticed that too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. Do you have anything good to say about our other guest? She deliberately looked at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. I still to this day do that. Like if I'm eating something and there's like Cheeto dust or something on my fingers, I'm not gonna go and like wash my hands. I'm just gonna wipe my hands on like it's Cheeto dust. It's just Cheeto dust. Or like crumbs or something. Like if your hands just like feel grimy but there's like nothing on them, then I'll wipe them on my pants. I think that's totally valid so long as you aren't like handling food or like have actually been doing something disgusting. But just, I don't know, just me. Cove frowned at that and absent-mindedly brushed his hands on the pant legs. On his pant legs. Your mom's laughed lightly.
There.
Elizabeth, you should know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Derek's practically an adult. Next time, Derek is really gonna stay inside to cook. He's practically a mini adult. If he's joining us grown-ups, then you're gonna have to treat him like one. Okay, so Mr. Suarez, how go your taxes? Derek shook his head and chuckled. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple of games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. The time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms, and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Can you move? I need the phone. I hope that was audible. Truly hope that was audible. This is what I put up with all the time. I just be trying to play a cute little dating sim, and I hear in the background like a fucking... I don't know. I don't even know how to describe the noises that he makes sometimes. I just be trying to play video games, and my back's to him because our gaming setup is like 2 feet apart, like one on each wall. Our backs are together, and he just be making the most interesting noises sometimes, and they're loud, and this is what I put up with. Cove raised an eyebrow, and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly, sorry. Bye, Shad. We'll give him a hug. You stepped forward and spread your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him in your hugs. Cove hugged you back tightly and his chest rumbled as he laughed.
Dude.
Seriously, dude, we'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. You offered Cove a high five and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He elected to stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked at the ground distractedly.
Well.
Dad's still gonna be a while, so do you want to go for a walk? Sure. The two of you walked on the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something that he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow, you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There really wasn't anything happy in the expression. He turned away, and a smile fell off of his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground, and you raised a brow. Is everything okay? I'm a little sad. It's just With school starting back up again, it's gonna be harder to visit. I'm gonna have homework and clubs and practices and everything else.
Sucks.
It really sucks that we go to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? We'll channel some optimism. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was an orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. Hey, I actually wanted to talk about something with you, if you don't mind. There was a pause and you waited for him to finish his thought. Oh my god, not Derek confessing. I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who's a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. I could be with a guy. Okay, then he hesitated before finishing his question. So, what I mean is, just, is there any guy you think of, cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that. He ducked his head further. You thought about it. Why is Mr. holding a fucking answer? Instead of Stacy's mom, it's motherfucking Cove's dad. Oh my god. You had the option to say he was hot, and now you can say that he's into him? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? I kind of want to say him just because he's so stinking cute. He's so cute. We'll say that we like him. Derek's eyes widened. For a moment, you wondered if his heart had stopped because he stood there completely frozen. Then quietly, almost breathlessly, he asked a question.
Really?
Maybe you don't get what I'm asking about. He mumbled to himself for a while. So Derek put himself together, somewhat meekly. He looked at you while he tried to project confidence. His posture was too tight for you to believe it. He was nervous.
Right.
You know, thinking ahead and planning everything is important. You gotta get yourself a game plan and all that. It's good to make plans, especially backup plans. He babbled, all full of energy and forced gusto. Well, anyway, I heard about this thing where people make pacts with their good friends that if they don't find anyone else, then they get together. Oh my god. Together, like they get married and stuff. So I was thinking, since it's good to have plans, it might be cool if we did something like that. His eyes widened as he started to make frantic hand gestures. Just, you know, then we'd never have to worry about the future or finding someone. We can set it like a whole decade in the future, forever from now. We'd have graduated high school and probably college too. We'd have jobs and really be grown up. I mean, we'd probably have our own places and maybe our own pets and student loans and cars. Derek babbled on a while more. It was as if all the words he held in the silence during your work had had burst out now all at once. So yeah, what do you think? We'll accept the deal because he's just so fucking cute. He's just goddamn adorable. Like, I don't really like kids, but Derek's just fucking cute. Like, kids to me are annoying little hell spawns. What my job is also probably does not help because we get kids that come into my job and wanna do stuff. Fuck it. It's an escape room, so we get kids who come in and want to do the escape rooms, and they just fucking trash the place, and it's super fucking annoying, and it makes me want to punch them into a fucking wall. But I don't know, I think Derek's cute. I wouldn't mind ending up with you. Really? Oh, same here. Derek brightened significantly and started to bounce excitedly on the balls of his feet. Okay then, let's do it. Oh my god, look at this cute. Oh, the art's so nice, dude. He held out his hand, offering a shake. Officially, he repeated the terms of the deal. If in 10 years, girl, that would not be that far. If in 10 years, Derek Suarez, am still single, if in 10 years, you, Chad Doof, are still single, we both agree that the two of us will get together. You took his hand and shook it firmly as Derek beamed. Thanks. I feel better about the future already. I guess it's working out. He laughed and scratched the back of his head. You could tell he was giddy about this, and you felt happy too. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. Derek's steps forward seemed lighter than before. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone were free. Let's call Lee! You picked up the receiver and quickly punched in the familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered. Hey! Hi, Lee. Can you talk? Definitely. We practically have to. Oh my gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me. Ew, and I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you survive your first day. Me too. I need a good year. Ditto. And at least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Fondly, you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were still many you hadn't filled her in on yet. Well, I'm gonna say about a moment. The road trip. That was really cute. I went on a vacation. Cove's parents ended up inviting my whole family on an RV road trip. Really? Whoa, that's awesome. It was a 3-day trip and we visited the Redwood National Forest. Lucky. Cove snuck up into the loft where I was staying. Cove did. Wait, start at the beginning. It took a while until you stopped laughing from Lee's reaction long enough to tell her every detail of the story. She excitedly squealed more than once. I can't believe you've been holding out on me with such a juicy story. Nothing really happened. Keep telling yourself that. You have to keep me updated on what happens next. It was hard to focus on what she was saying. Your face was probably red right now just thinking about what happened. Wait, can I reminisce about the fucking... No. Okay, we'll do the incredibly hot afternoon. I remember the hottest day this summer. I could barely do anything and had to stay inside the entire afternoon. I played tic-tac-toe with Cove. Did you win? No. Darn, I bet it was still fun though. We'll talk about her. How was your big highlight of... What was your big highlight of the summer, Lee? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Even though it was a phone call, you knew that Lee was winking at you. Come on, tell me. What, you don't believe me, Lee? Oh, right, okay. So a high point for me was when I took a trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing. You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until you were both yawning to each other over the phone. At that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up for in the morning. Bye, Lee.
Bye.
Night, Chad. Talk to you later. You left the phone at the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting that you had to go to bed so that you could be rested enough for school. You stretched out your legs at the couch and sighed into defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless. You looked out the window, startled initially. You spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove. When the surprise faded, you realized that it really wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. We'll open the window. Happily, you got out and strolled over to the window. You opened it fully. Hey, Cove! Startled, Cove jumped and turned around to see you through the glass. He quickly relaxed and waved at you. We'll go talk to him. Strolling casually, you went over to the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey! You had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your moms roped you back inside for bed. Hey, what are you doing out here?
Nothing.
Nothing, not really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. I hope you feel better. His mouth pulled into a bent smile. He spoke so quietly that you almost missed it. I think I will. Cove let himself fall back into his butt and then all the way down, so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. Wait, what the fuck did he say? Nothing? Okay. We're gonna sit on his chest. You made yourself a pretty available... He made himself a pretty available seat with the way he was all laid out. You plopped yourself square in the middle of his torso. Ooh, Chad. He jolted up in surprise, though he couldn't get far with you on top of him. He plopped right back into the grass. With a huff, he just gave up on being shocked. Fine. He snickered in a self-satisfied way. He'd been lost in thought, or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again. I'm sorry for being kind of awkward when my mom was leaving. Surprised, you stared at him for a moment. You weren't expecting that. I just wanted you to know that I talked to my dad about how I felt and things. It's okay now. You were genuinely glad to hear that, and it brought a small smile back to your face, but your thoughts quickly wandered to the first day you met Mr. Holden. Did his dad confess about that? From the way his Cove talked, you guess he hadn't. So there was more Cove and his dad should talk about, but it was relieved to know that they had made a start. Now was not a good time to bring up what you were thinking, though. You couldn't wait longer to say it. It was almost believable how much of an impact he made on your life just by moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response. You had no idea what to say. Then, still without a word from you, Cove shook his head strongly. What? It's you, huh? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. That's what you do all the time, so I'm being you. I don't do it that much. Cove burst into deep laughter, then slowed. He continued to grin. Honestly, there weren't many people who you could think of who could tease you about something like that. Returning his smile, you realized there was no denying the two of you had been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle. Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you then. With a final wave, Code headed for your home, but you stayed there a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going to a simple statement: see you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that seemed to always remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with the thoughts about the future. You felt... We'll go excited. There was little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. Stubbornly keep eyes shut. The light clatter continued. Now you were more alert. You could distinguish it as a tapping sound, quiet, slow, but persistent. It's definitely Cove at the fucking window again. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From the window to the floor. From the color of the light filtering to your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon, but that didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat up in your bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. And just as you expected, there was your neighbor crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. He was wearing a wetsuit and a fond smile. Hey. You stared back, blinking. So technically we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate, each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? You're crazy. Only Cove would think of something like this, but that was part of what made him special to you. You rushed to get changed into something suitable while Cove climbed back down to ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into the swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out of your front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove started towards your destination, then back to you. You checked that the door was closed, then gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out the window, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was thinking the exact same, holding back snickers for fear of being heard and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It wasn't just enough to make one of you... It wasn't enough to... It just... Fuck. It just wasn't enough of one... I can English. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead of you would arrive and you were happy to meet it. That's sweet. Okay, now it's the in-between. Okay, I think we might change the back of the hair. Kind of like wavy one. Scrappy one. Oh my god, yes, those pigtails are so cute. Okay, the front braids are honestly really cute too. Yes, the two-tone one. Oh my god. Yes. Is there another two-tone one? No, just, is there a... Maybe, okay, we like Pigtails 3, but I want to see if there's a two-tone one. Oh, the curled one's really fun. I don't think there is a two-tone one. Okay. Or wasn't that it? No, it was pigtails. Yeah. I don't really know about the earrings or not, because I can't fucking see them, but oh well. Ooh. Oh, the headscarves. Oh, that's so... Oh god, they're so pretty. Okay, they're pretty. I love them. I like those earrings. It's perfect too. Oh, there's so much variety. Definitely jewels, long nails, and I like Orpal. Orpal? Yeah. Yes, nose ring. Go with nose ring 3. What about that little thing on the face? What's that? Oh, it's the birthmark on the face. Okay. Done. Okay, yes, relaxed. Definitely gonna got a crush on the boy. Yes. I want to look at, I want to look. Okay, we got 3 hair options. This is hair 2? Hair 3's cute, but it's not my favorite. Nah, definitely I think hair 2 is the best of those. Glasses? Nah. I think no glasses. Earrings? I can't see them. Hang on. Okay, we'll give him those earrings. This will be easier on mouse and keyboard. That's the best shirt, definitely. Okay. I like that one. I like that one. Yeah, we'll give him a little necklace. What the fuck is this? That's pretty bad, dude. Okay, these PJs are ugly as fuck. I'm not even gonna lie. There's nothing I can do to change that shit or save it. Okay, no glasses. Yes, the earrings. What other swimsuits are there? Just blue and pink? Okay, you're going blue. Formal. Oh my god, it's so cute. That one's just, it's the best. Since you're romantically interested in Cove and are old enough to start being physically affectionate more seriously, you can choose what initiate level he has throughout this step. Making sure the player experiences what they want is important in our life, but always putting your choice first can potentially make a relationship feel one-sided, so we've added some flexibility in how it works out. Low initiate means that Cove will occasionally ask to touch the MC, and in those situations there will always be an opportunity to say yes or no. For example, he won't simply lean over and kiss the MC as a greeting or in an emotional moment. Every piece of physical interaction will be either initiated or approved by the player before it happens. Oh my god, hang on, I gotta take my pill. My pill is importante. I think we're just gonna stay on the screen because it'll be like literally 20 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Middle initiate means there will be no certain times when Coves request to touch the MC, many chances to initiate infection on your own, and he will pretty regularly give affection automatically. One example would be giving the MC a kiss because he's happy or emotional or something else. And in other situations, you can choose not to make the first move in order to give Cove the space to be the one to act afterward. Overall, the love interest can get romantic, but the player's agency will take priority. High initiative includes everything middle does, but it also means the player agency will be reduced to agree in favor of having Cove give physical affection even more frequently with less prompting. Instead of all the major affection giving situations being led by choice menu for you to decide on, there will instead be placed by Cove acting automatically. The level is only recommended if you're very comfortable with physical affection and would prefer to simply see it happen rather than always holding the reins on it. However, this level is most relevant if Cove ends up as your official boyfriend at some point. Situations where the high level initiative makes a difference tend to come up in scenes that are exclusive to being in relationships. The parts that are also included in the middle initiative will be seen whether you're dating or not. Once you pick up your level, it can't be changed partway through a step. The choice only comes up at the very beginning of a story selection. Okay. I think I'm just gonna play it on high. Because I just have a crush on him, right? So it should be fine to play it on high. Start of classes ended the relaxed free days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of your school year routine. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Derek wasn't around nearly as much. With schools and after-school activities, there weren't many opportunities for him to make the trip out to your neighborhood. Sometimes you'd hear that he was at a training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. We're gonna try to keep in contact with him. The Jeremy kid did disappear after that summer, and no one heard from him again. Where he went or what he might be up to was a mystery. More summers came and went like the waves on the shore, coming in and out. And in your second year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend Cove made due to them both being ocean obsessed. Terry was more than glad to befriend you too. Someone close to Cove had to be good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her as well. Harry was tight with another girl who you had known distantly from school for a long time, Miranda Eckert. You saw more and more of her as time went on, thanks to Terry and Miranda's own outreach. After a while, you all developed a real friendship together. As for your home life, the Doofs also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings without questions. Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the US. That was a good day, to say the least. Elizabeth came into her own as she stopped being quite as irritable. She'd no longer worried about being childishness. I got real fucking country there. Perceived childishness as she grew up for real. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again, although most people used Liz. She eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. It was a lot for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though, and kept in touch. Cove's relationship with his family... Cove's relationship with his family improved over the years. Kyra visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. He was also closer with his dad than ever before. You know that they talked more, and that helps prevent a lot of friction before it could start. And Cove only continued to open up to his parents and the rest of the world. He was so bright, he shone. He would willingly join conversations, make jokes, and put in an effort not to use overly blunt phrasing. Cove's interests became more focused than they used to be. He spent a lot more time dedicated to physical activities. He was developing a real skill for it. Things had shifted between you and Cove. You'd become friends for years, but the closer you became, the more you felt for him. You didn't view him in a purely platonic way anymore. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most pointedly the day you inevitably graduated high school. It was over, and you would not be going back ever again. From now on, what came next was your choice. You would be directing your own life. That was where you were currently. The summer after school had ended. The summer after school had ended. The first summer of true freedom. What used to be a reprieve from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene. The whole family having a meal together. Oh my god, she's so pretty! Oh my god, look at her. She's so fucking pretty. Your big sister Liz hadn't lived at home full-time for a couple years, but she arrived last week to spend the season since it was an off semester for her. She wanted to make sure that she was in town because you now also had graduated high school. So who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future? You watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment Mom made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had been a phase. Nearly any nicknames was welcomed at this point in her life. Strangely, even though she moved away, you've lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. No, real. My sister left for college when I was younger, and I did not get along with my sister. And so she left for college, and when she came back, like now we actually have like a decent relationship, but we did not for a while. Like it was, I don't know, it wasn't ever rough. It was very adjacent to like Lizzie and the main character in this. Very adjacent. You idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. We're a fucking picky eater, bitch. And the meal that you had reflected that. Your moms were happy to make food that fit your needs, along with the dishes for themselves that didn't, though you often made your own food nowadays. But it wasn't only you who had a diet that excluded certain things, as Liz had been vegetarian for a while. Oh my god, they aged! One has aged more than the other, like visibly. I miss the purple hair though, it looks so good. The conversation had gone on idly without you fully taking in the words until your ears were piqued when Ma started on a bit of town gossip. And so that's how I heard the news. Alright, now stop bringing the lead and tell us. What is this so-called news? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out that the Donnells won't be renting at the condo up the street as per Sunset Bird tradition for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. A chorus of gasps and shocked expressions were had all around. After the initial shock, your eyebrows pinched. Ma may consider them by name, but you and Liz always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who viewed who would yell at everyone under 25 who crossed their paths. Your mom continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They've decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. That's nice for them then. Have a good summer, me and grandparents with no grandkids away from us. Jeremy is the goddamn grandchild. Fucking duh. Finally, they can piss up. Be nice, kids. You want to end up like them, do you? You and your sister cracked smiles at the jokes. At least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore. Lonnie. And that blunt comment got laughter from all three of you. Engrossed in the conversation once more, you continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. Oh?
Why you got Mousy?
Mousie's not that fat right now. Have you not been giving them as much food?
I have.
Have?
Hi, Mousy.
That's a skinny Mousy. Well, not skinny, but a healthy Mousy. That's like a healthy sized Mousy. Maybe they're starting to exercise more so they're not as fucking fat. As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and then passed them to you for drying and putting away. You had a set of cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. Well, we're just gonna stick with short. That was simply your lot in life. You'd always been vertically challenged. You didn't think about it much. That was a struggle for you because you remember how you used to feel so content about it when you were younger. Liz shook you out of your internal musing by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head.
Fuck, she's so pretty. She's so fucking pretty.
Oh my god, beautiful. Beautiful, amazing chef's kiss. I have to say, going back for another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You'd think after the first year or two I'd have a handle on things, but no. You stole a glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes. And year one of my architecture major was the basics. Now it feels serious. I actually have to know some things. The laugh that she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. I know you can handle it. Don't be too impressed yet. Wait to see if that actually happens, but thanks. Your older sister's mouth quirked into a small smile. That'll be fine, one way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college, if that's even your plan. What's going on with that anyway? We've come to a firm conclusion recently. You answered the questions as much as you were able and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You can make your ideas happen, I'm sure. Sometimes it still felt hard to believe that your public schooling experience was over. In the end, ooh, top of the fucking class. And we're gonna miss it. It had been a familiar and fulfilling part of your life. Liz picked up the silence at her question. On the silence her question ended up creating. She decided it was time to take a closing statement on the topic.
You're a good girl.
Okay. Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. Thanks, Liz. With that, Liz happily passed down the final dish your way. She waved a soapy, soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her next task for the cleanup job. You refocused on getting the last pieces back where they belonged. You eventually moved on to a new chore, but that was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. Oh, definitely a novelty song. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. You decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. It was purple! Purple! And it had a special charm attached to it, which was... Oh my goodness, definitely a shark keychain. That's so fucking cute. You were pleased when you finally had a prominent place to use the gift. The screen lit up as You gave the little device a swipe with one finger. You informed by the caller ID that it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin of the same age. Especially once the miracle of the both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first, though. Tapping at the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar, bubbly voice came through right after.
Hi.
Hey. Oh my goodness, she's so pretty, but she's always been pretty. I trust I'm not interrupting anything major. Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from that must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, dear cousin.
My pleasure.
It's my pleasure. She giggled, and you could hear the jangling of the jewelry she must be wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and felt like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! Girl, how early in the morning does your morning shift end? Usually, like, morning shifts end at, like, fucking 5 p.m. You were off from a part-time job today. Like you, Leah started dipping her toes in the workforce as of late. It made keeping in touch frequently more complicated, but you both managed. How about you? It's been pretty normal. Cool, that's you then. So how's Mr. Cove Holden doing? There was a teasing bent to her tone. She was never willing to let up on what was going on between the two of you. But that name was familiar to your ears. Cove, your next door neighbor for the past decade at this point. Important friend, but secretly hoping. The pining. We love the pining. Cove was so very special to you. You could only dream that it was mutual. But you knew you wouldn't be able to tell him that, though. Maybe he would take the plunge. Are you even surviving without the boy 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right with the world again and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't here, just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time you asked, or the time before that.
Sorry.
Aw, my bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon, and he needs to be there too. You could understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the last couple of months, the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. The two of you still regularly stayed in contact over text and calls, but still, your mind began to drift back into the time to all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. Almost every year he'd have to go away for a while, and then he'd be back. It was just shitty. I like the little treasures. That's so cute. Some were just to borrow, and others were made for him to keep forever. He sent you letters while there in return. That's how it was in the past, but lately he'd been trying to see her as much as possible before taking long trips to another state became too impractical to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear on what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever, though. You both knew that. Maybe we should switch up this to a non-Cove related topic? Sounds like a plan. The rest of the conversation rolled on. Not much longer, though. Lee had to go, and you needed to finish your responsibilities around the house. The both of you exchanged goodbyes, and you went back to what you'd been working on before the call came in. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz wearing a cheeky smile. I've got mom's keys. Want to get out of this tiny town and go do some shopping in the real city? That sounds great. I'm driving. Yeah, we can drive and we're good drivers. I'm the best driver. Look, do you want to see how good of a driver I am? Alex! Hang on. We're gonna hop in a Discord real quick and ask this question. Just to prove my point. Hang on, Alex. Hey, am I the best driver ever?
Hey, what's up?
No.
What was it?
Me?
So listen, she actually she's the best driver ever.
Fuck no.
Why? No, you're supposed to say yes!
Nah.
I could not, because I'm the best driver ever.
Damn.
Other than you, am I the best driver ever?
Alex is not legally required to answer that statement.
He is legally required.
He's Either, what'd you say?
She asks, besides you, is she the best driver ever?
No.
You're legally required to answer yes.
Nope.
Yes, he is.
Me in a parallel universe is second best.
I'm gonna shove your my finger up your asshole while you're asleep tonight. I don't even think he fucking heard it. He's gonna be so surprised when it happens. Go get your wallet and everything else. We're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had money saved up from all the part-time work you'd done, as well as from all the gifts you'd received. After making sure you were both fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled into the car. It was a smooth ride there, with light conversation about what shops to shop at and the radio blasting. And the trip there breezed by, and in what felt like no time, you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Liz had her interests to check out, and you yours. What else? Yeah, we still like to read, manga, fiction novels, comic books, and games were fun. We like video games, and swimming. Okay. Music. What is there for music? Oh, definitely the bass. I fucking love the bass. Okay. Oh, wait, fuck. I forgot the... No, I've listened to a lot of music too, and we like to watch... I like to watch TV. TV and movies. Okay. And we're into sports. God. Get it fucking right, game. Art. Digitally, drawing, painting. Would like to write things. That was everything major. Basically the same shit I put down. Just I wanted to adjust it, I guess. You were turning a corner down a new length of the mall when your eyes... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. When your eyes caught on a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. We're gonna give Cove a gift. It was something that you had known you wanted to do, and you were looking forward to seeing his reaction. Graduation may have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around, so you had to wait. Eventually, the mall was explored in full, and every shop of note being checked over. Rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. Liz had many thoughts on that topic. Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society. Even if smaller stores require extra distance, the brands are so much more. Then your sister abruptly stopped speaking and walking right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her. She seemed to entirely shut off for a moment. Liz? An attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful. Something else had all of her focus. Before you could puzzle out what might be happening, she began to mumble out of the corner of her mouth. Chad, don't draw attention, but look. What? With a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk of her head, she urged you once more. Look. You followed her guess as best you could to a large bunch of colorful teens strolling down the same path. Okay. You faced back to your sister with a confused expression and unspoken question. What were you supposed to have been seeing there? Chad, doesn't one of them seem familiar? And she was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked over to the group again, and at this time you saw what she was seeing. Oh my god, look at who it is! He was cuter as a kid. I'm just gonna say it. That could just be a bad drawing, but motherfucker is... That is... He's colorful. Amongst the collection of strangers was brown hair, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. That's Shiloh! Our Shiloh from when we were kids! Yep, that was definitely him. I can't believe it. He's honestly just there. That's hilarious. That's incredible. But how do we talk to him? We'd have to pull him away from all those other people, and what if I'm wrong? You opened your mouth to reply, but she cut it off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll call it the name Shiloh, and we can act like it wasn't us. If he responds to that, we'll know without a doubt it's him. Chad, keep an eye out to see if he looks. Let's try it. Likely without even hearing what you said, Liz put her plan into action. Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way and then put on an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while brushing at the skirt of her dress. In a supremely awkward moment, you could only stand there at attention in the area as attention in the area shifted to the two of you thanks to your sister's shout. From the many startled bystanders who became alerted to your presence, one of them was the boy. From the distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin took over Lizzie's face. She pushed the brim of her sun hat up and away from her face while swishing back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! Waving, she stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet without really closing the gap. She wanted him to come to her. Well, you presume Shiloh looked surprised at the call out. He stole a quick glance over the crowd and he was with and hesitantly glanced back your way. He was trying to double check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately he broke away from the rest of him. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Liz and you. Hi, I like your hat. Just that simple greeting had Liz giggling. Hello, I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie and that Shad. We were all friends when we were little kids. His already wide eyes grew even larger, and their gaze darting between you and Liz. His previously chipper demeanor faded into something delicate. I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. You could tell not being instantly recognized was going to make this exchange more of a challenge. Still, Liz was undeterred. It was a long time ago. You were really young. I get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. The face, the freckles, how you genuinely try to phrase things. You're even still wearing the hat. Instinctively, he looked up at his headwear with creased brows, not making the connection that the hat meant something to her. We knew each other, okay? An uneasy smile settled on him as the silence followed Liz's speech. He was picking his next words carefully. Then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into the conversation. Shiloh, what are you doing? The rest of the group already left. A field trip is not a vacation. We're on a schedule. Startled, your head sprang toward the path. A distinctly unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. He carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet. Sorry, I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add the explanation of his absence as the stranger watched impatiently. They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Liz theoretically, as well as literally put her foot down at that, stomping in frustration and getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion. We do know you. Shiloh merely shrunk in on himself. The tone he spoke was pained. Sorry. You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. And that itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him? Is that it? The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the words sounded so absurd to him that it was almost amusing. Almost. But the sternness of his demeanor quickly reinstated himself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you. I'm the one who's been forced against his will to be aware of what's going on in Shiloh's ridiculous personal life for a year. And if the two of you had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. Don't bother trying to exaggerate any trivial connection you might have. It's not good enough. He's with us and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering in the road. It's rude.
Excuse me?
We're the rude ones? The high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who started to speak up again in defense. Nate, that's really mean. It's also true. We're leaving. With that declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind. People sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not hard. Don't worry, though. I bet you won't have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry I can't stay to talk to you, but I hope you have a really nice life. Bye! The man really said, have a nice life. Bye! And that was it. His final parting words given. Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up with his own life that he had to go live. Liz watched his exit, stunned, only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast that you hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with the breath. I could have told him that his last swim was Fields or his birthday's October 30th. That would have proved it, but no. Whoever Nate, we'll just laugh. You knew it wasn't funny to your sister, but it was just so weird and unexpected. You gonna go catch up with him? Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childish thoughts. I think we can leave it there, thanks. He's in the middle of a high school field trip, and it's already enough to being able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there, enjoying his own part of the world. Even if given the chance, I would definitely have a few words with him about the company he's got. She laughed, but you could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was mad at that guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Maybe they're only with each other because of that trip, and it's not usually how things are. True, we can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. Bye, Shiloh. Liz smiled at you. It had the self-confidence you knew so well from her. Come on, little baby sister. Let's finish our own trip. Yeah. No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, it was something you simply had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back as you stretched your arms towards the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it had enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn from behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'll be heading up to your room, the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She had quite a lot to say on the subject when you'd first taken over her bigger room since she left for college. There had been many trips back home for her since then. The room hasn't been her for years. It was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring up the topic to this day. Thank you for being so gracious about giving it up. I had no choice. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place and we'll both be in town for a visit. We can take turns. What a reasonable and mature suggestion. I'll think about accepting it. She flashed her familiar grin and you couldn't help but feel glad that she was back around, even if it was temporary. With that, she plodded off to the spare room. You were ready to do the same, moving into the new space with your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. Design your room. Purple. I don't know about purple. Oh, it's like the entire layout. Okay. I kind of like the green layout. It's cute. Purple is obviously the superior color. Okay, I think we're gonna go with the green layout. Yes. Walls. Yeah, just shove this bitch full. I suppose this is an acceptable room layout. You were really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing onto it. You trudged up the stairs to your room. Stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned back around, you realized you were not alone there. Comfortably perched on the windowsill was somebody very familiar to you. Look at the art, it's so pretty. Cove Holden. What the hell? Surprise? His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind your own house. He hadn't answered how he suddenly appeared back in Sunset Bird. Though, to be fair, you had been so astounded that there hadn't been much of an opportunity for him to chat with you. Thankfully, Cove was only waiting for a good moment to start and then began to explain. I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. The window. A small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really here. There, mere feet away from you. I left my bags in your backyard. I hope that's alright. That was when you truly understand. Cove came straight to you upon getting back to town. You were his first port of call, taking precedence above all else. Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity rather than allowing his plans to change. Run to him, bitch. Every second away from him was a moment too long. As you approached, Cove quickly hopped from the windowsill to meet you. You're too crazy. You jump into his arms, girl. That's so extra. It's so extra. We're doing it though. You reached out towards him in motion, your intentions clear. Cove opened up his stance in preparation, his face already getting red. Once close enough, you leaped into his chest and wrapped your arms around his neck. Why is this an option? This is so funny. With a small stumble back, he caught you and held on by tucking his arm over your lower back. Taking your shoulder for a pillow, he laid his cheek against you. I missed you. Even if he hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. From his body language? No. Cove was grinning widely, his cheeks burying his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. How was the trip? Yeah, I had a great time. Cove told you about how his trip back home had gone. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. Things were settled as much as they could ever be. With Cove back once more, he felt at ease. Cove stretched his arms out over his head and his eyes began at the window and the world beyond. The sun had set while you were busy reuniting.
Well,
I should probably get my stuff and see Dad. He glanced over to you with a familiar, expectant look. Wanna come with me? Sure.
cool.
Cove began to head to your bedroom door. Piggyback ride, bitch. Piggyback ride. It's a special fucking occasion. He paused, turning to face you once more. You coming back is a big moment. Something worth celebrating. What I'm trying to say is I want you to give me a piggyback ride. Cove didn't say anything. He raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Really? You want me to carry you downstairs? You nodded. Cove rolled his eyes, but he bent down so that you could clamber onto his back. Even while he was crouched down, Cove's back was a steep peak for you. After a couple of unsuccessful attempts of your trying to jump up there, Cove squatted down a little bit lower. Cove wobbled as he straightened up, not terribly unaccustomed to balancing someone on his shoulders. Cove carried you down the stairs. You still had to duck a couple of times, the ceiling grazing against your elevated head. Still, you safely reached the ground floor of your house. The door's gonna be in the way. Get off here so I can open it up. He bent down to let you slide safely off his back. Seeing things from your usual height was disorientating after getting accustomed to looking down at everything. In all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you'd prepared for when he got back. It'd be best to give it to him now before he left your house. Can you wait here for a little while? I got something for you. Cove's eyes widened as he tried to conceal a smile. He toyed with the collar. I was like, he toyed with his collar. What the fuck? He toyed with the collar of his top.
Really?
I mean, you didn't have to do that. You nodded with some eager... Tell me why my mother's calling me right now. Hang on. Oh my god, I'm back. That call was wild. Also my phone died. So no more model, but that's okay. So I ride horses. I've mentioned this, and I asked my grandma. I was like, "Hey, if mom is not like able to haul Jethro down, so I can ride him, because I now live. Jethro's my horse. I live somewhere other than my mother, and I want to ride my horse more, but I can't do that when it's not logical for me to drive literally 2 hours in order to ride him multiple times a week, like 2 hours each way, for the record. It's just not logical. So I asked if she might be willing to haul him, like if I go up and ride him once a week and she hauls him once a week and grandma hauls him once a week, that way I get 3 rides on my horse. And so I called grandma to ask, and somehow my grandmother got the idea that I'm boarding my horse somewhere, even though it was not what the conversation was. And she was like, you can have this horse to, like, as a companion for you guys' other horse. I'm like, that is not at all what I told her. My grandmother is wild, dude. But continuing on, you nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. Why is it not on that? There it goes. It's not something you can buy. It was... Oh, it's the orange shell. That's so yes. You quickly went up to your room to collect the shell, knowing exactly where to find it. It had been housed in the same box since you were a little kid, after all. Taking great care, you extracted it from the case. Though it had been a long time since you had taken it out, the grooves were as familiar to your fingertips as the opening line of your favorite song to your ears. Cove had admired the shell ever since he first saw it, declaring it to be the best of all of your treasures. Despite that, he'd never accepted your offers to take it. You'd hoped that might change tonight. You closed your hands around the shell, not wanting Cove to see it until you were ready, and headed downstairs. When you were back in front of Cove, you cautiously lifted your arm up. He looked on curiously as you unfurled your fingers to show him the gift. I know you don't want to take it from me. This is what what I want is for you to have it. Cove stared down at the familiar shell nestled in your palm. His mouth parted, though no words came out. He drew his eyes up to meet yours, silently, and found the answer to whatever question he couldn't speak. He put his hand over yours and broke the silence. Okay. It was as quiet as a whisper. His fingers were as gentle as his words, and brushing against your palm as he took the shell from your grasp. He cradled it carefully against his chest and smiled at you, his eyes bright. I'll keep it forever. Cove reverently laid the gift safely on the counter, but he didn't turn back to face you once he had ensured it was secure. Though his face was angled away from you, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if batting away tears. His throat bobbed as he swallowed bubbling emotions. You knew that Cove could be sentimental. The gift and all the memories and feelings tied up in it seemed to have taken a toll on him. When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove? I can't, I don't know what to do. He forcefully scrubbed at his eyes like he was trying to push the tears that threatened to spill back in. Oh, Cove, it's okay. Do you need to cry? No. No? Yes, you do, sir. Nevertheless, tears had begun to spill down his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, more took their place. Sorry. Thank you. His voice quavered as he spoke. Cove scooped you into a hug, pressing you so tightly against his chest that your breath escaped in a short squeak. He burrowed his face against your neck. His shed tears damp on your skin. You hugged him back. You're welcome. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far more removed from the shaky gas that had accompanied his sniffles. His tears had dried. His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled, fully recovered from the emotion that had overcome him. You're really, seriously, too nice to me. You smiled back. I don't think there's such a thing as too nice when it comes to you. Cove brushed his hand against the pale ghost of a scar on his arm. He was at a loss for what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Once you had a chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. I meant to tell you earlier. I saw Shiloh today. Shiloh? Cove repeated the name, his expression blank, from when we were kids. Cove pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Oh, the freckly boy from that first summer, right? The one who moved. I met a guy named Shiloh. He looked just like Shiloh we knew, plus however many years, but he didn't remember me and just left. Cove frowned. That's, I don't know. Too bad I missed it, though you knew him better than I did. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh never had quite gotten along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because of other people they both know. I wonder what Shiloh's up to these days. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much. Oh well. That was everything you had on that news item, so you moved on to the next big update. Also, you know the mean old neighbors, the ones who would always yell at us? He cringed, recalling those particular memories back in the day. Fuck. Back in the day was not pleasant for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah? They're not coming. They didn't rent the condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been in an institution as far back as you could remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now, as a teenager, you found your neck prickling as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of their vacation home. It was strange to think that it was coming to an end. Wow. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea in the same way you had. I didn't see that coming. People being gone, people coming back. It feels like I've missed a lot. This has been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. Oh, well, that's something. And we'd better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. You nodded. As soon as you left your house, Cove bent down to let you climb onto his back for the last part of the journey. Oh, wait, shit. Ah! I didn't mean to do that. It seemed that no sooner the night had begun than it was already at an end, and the dawn of the new day was soon upon you. The next morning, your belly was full of breakfast, and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends, Cove, Miranda, and Terry, to go into town. It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. Having a nice daydream? You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returning to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasing smile. So, what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting up with some people. Well, I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get into too much trouble. She winked at you. You both knew your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of the summer before all the big changes started. I'll try. But before you go gallivanting around the town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing putting the dishes away over here. All right. Thanks very much. As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing on the road. They noticed you too. Hey there. Hi, good timing. You should come join us. Ruffle his hair. You were quick, reaching up to your tiptoes and thoroughly messing his hair up. His face was red while he patted and started smoothing his hair back into place. You noticed Mr. Holden was taking in the scene of you two and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had thought of dancing on the tip of his tongue. But decided to keep it to himself. What are you up to today? As far as I know, nothing too much. Me and Cove are meeting some friends later in town. That's improper grammar. It's Cove and I. It's Cove and I. It's Cove and I because if you wouldn't say me meeting some friends in town. You'd say I'm meeting some friends in town. Therefore, it is Cove and I. Oh. Okay, anyways, sounds like a plan to me. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have just been waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. It was definitely his idea. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, it'd only be polite to greet the new folks in town.
Kill yourself.
Huh. Maybe it's a single dad and his son. Cove snorted some airy laughter at the suggestion. You think we'll have some competition? For several moments, Mr. Holden was unable to answer. He was still chuckling when he put his hands on his hips and tried to compose himself. Absolutely not. We're the #1 father-son duo in this town, and no one's changing that. Mr. Holden took more than one glance at the currently vacant building and sighed dramatically. When he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed deflated. There's no sign of them, and I need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Really?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Would that still work? With a wide grin breaking out on his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have this noisiness enabled. That works. Oh, nosiness. Fuck. He moved to firmly place both hands over Cove's shoulders, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are my true ally in this world. Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. Okay, with that settled, I'll go make some money. That's always been the one thing I do best. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time you both watched his dad leave.
No, she's stuck. She's stuck. Stuck.
Probably one of our favorite people at this point. He always tried his best to, was honestly just great. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. Are you okay? Yeah, just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around the street a while. Why don't I stay to see the new neighbor and keep you company? Curiosity about the new tenant was getting the better of you, and you figured that the wait wouldn't be too much longer. And besides, you couldn't leave Cove. Really? Of course. I like keeping you company, remember? He stared at you a moment, smiling softly and thinking about his response. I like that too. Cove put his hands on your shoulders, gripping you solidly but not enough to hurt, his eyes fixated on you just as firmly. He was serious. You're my true ally in this world. That got a fair amount of chuckles from you. He grinned, the stoicism fading into amusement.
Thank you.
You're always good to me. You're lucky to have me.
She grabbed me. I'm dead.
Michael, you're really loud.
What?
You're loud.
Hey.
I am too.
Right, well, I can hardly.
Teasingly, Cove raised an eyebrow. The most lucky guy in all of Sunset Bird. Luckiest. For a moment, you weren't sure if Cove was laughing at your declaration or that you momentarily forgot the word luckiest. Either way, you didn't mind. The smile on his face reached his eyes, and it made you feel electric. And then he let go of you. Cove stepped over to the front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Our watch begins. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in for the waiting game on the new tenants. The neighborhood was quiet, and you sighed contentedly. What the fuck is going on with my voice? Closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. I think I'm losing it. What the fuck? Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto your street. Cove's eyebrows. Okay, it's either Jeremy or Nate or Shiloh. Cove's eyebrows raised at that sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop.
Oh?
This has to be them, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. Now that they were here, you couldn't help but feel just a bit curious. You wondered what kind of person would be living in the neighborhood for the summer. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected in front of the now empty condo. It was on the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. I dropped my fucking bobby pins again. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning in and lifting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. The single occupant exited the cab. You could feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not exactly what you expected.
I surrendered.
Who is this? Is this no, this can't be the Nate dude. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. It was a young man. He had to be close to your own age. He was dressed fully in an eclectic black, white, and gray outfit. Even his side-swooping hair matched the scheme. The other pop of color was from something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission. A pair of dark brown eyes, which you caught when he looked over at his audience. Hey folks, who might you be? We're the neighbors? The smile already prominent on his face curled farther. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression that it meant something at first. Hallelujah. You and Cove shared a familiar look with one another, bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it there. However, with a firm click on the he shut the door of his ride, and he turned quickly back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly black suitcase out of the trunk. Continuing on his own business, he strolled forward and lightly tapped the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the ledge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight around a corner. The new renter had officially arrived. There's something about his face that's just not. I think his eyes are too far apart, question mark. There's just something unsettling about his face. I don't know. He left his suitcase on the ground out of the way of the street and sauntered over to join you with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. Ko finally stood up to greet this person, and you followed suit.
Excellent.
Who is this bitch? I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. You were standing on the side that he was approaching from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. We'll give him a low 5. Baxter made it work and twisted his hand to oblige your greeting of choice. Hi, Baxter. I'm Shad. Hey, Shad. I'm quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. Oh, there's gonna be drama. Please tell me there's gonna be fucking drama where this Baxter dude is like trying to get all with the main character and Cove is like, no. It would, please. From your other side, Cove made it, yes. See, even Cove knows. Cove made a sudden spluttering noise. And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove shook his hand, still eyeing Baxter carefully. I'm Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. His eyes shone as he studied Cove a moment. Now, wait, is that a nickname or your real name? It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing. Cove. That's gorgeous. What is going on? Who is this dude?
What?
It's really not. Yeah, I don't even know what to say, girl. After a noticeable pause, Baxter caught on that he made you both uncomfortable. That wasn't intended to mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patently against stepping on any toes. Is really? I doubt. X to doubt. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden in those words, and you noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see your faces, to know that he had some feeling. Huh? Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see your faces to know he had some feeling to do. He stood up straighter, striking a slight pose with the position on his feet. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not that hard once you get the basics down. Dude, of course he's a ballroom dancer. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking. Well, he grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. If either of you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. Cove frowned at the overt forwardness. What the fuck? What is this dude? Thanks. I'll pass, I think. I could probably show you some moves.
Excellent.
Oh, you Oh, you can. I'll look forward to that then. After that, there was a lull in the conversation, and Cove attempted to fill it.
So,
What made you decide on Sunset Bird? Oh, yes. Well, my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester from college and not living in the dorms. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued.
honestly,
Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but lucky for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the two of you live here. What the fuck is this dude, bro? Cove was practically reeling at how Baxter found a way to fit comments like that into every single topic thus far. Honestly, same. Why do you keep doing that? You don't know us, but you talk like you already do. Cove spoke firm yet genuinely confused, and Baxter smiled cautiously. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself, and when I say something, I mean it. Plus, what's the point of spending my off semester alone? The best part of being somewhere new is getting to interact with the new people. Am I honestly the first person who's acknowledged that you're attractive and intriguing people? True, you're hidden away in a tiny tourist trap, but still. Baxter crossed his arms after studying your faces for a few more seconds and decided to continue. Am I the... Oh my god. What is this dude? Who is this dude? Why is this dude? How is this dude? Questions. Am I only trying to score a hookup or get romantic fling by saying those things? No, that isn't the point of speaking well of others. I was raised better than that. Though, would I be fussed if that's what my words led to? Also, no. I'm flexible as... None Surprise, I can back off with the lines if you don't like the attention, but I would like to be friends if we can. Cove wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at you and then he continued to look at your face when he spoke. Thanks for answering. I'm not interested in any of that with you. Maybe not the friend thing, but the other part. Yeah, we're just gonna stand there. Baxter looked at you and smiled apologetically. I'll keep it in check. No, wait, go back. Which one do we find it entertaining? No, what? Fuck it. It's funny. It's entertaining. Baxter laughed at that. Glad we're working things out. Shifting his weight from one foot to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward. Since we were already both out here, did my arrival interrupt anything? Definitely not. We're just gonna laugh in a conspiratorial way. Baxter looked at you curiously. He didn't understand your response, but he chose not to question it and smiled politely instead. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but we can save the scheduled talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile. Dude, the voice is killing me for today. Bye. Cove gave a small wave as well. Bye, Baxter. See you. Baxter then turned on his heels and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it into his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. With him completely out of the scene, Cove let a long breath. Well, I don't know how I'm going to explain that guy to my dad. You burst into a fit of laughter, trying to imagine the conversation. So, you like it when other people say that sort of stuff about people? It's okay to do it? Never mind. At least the job is done. Poor Cove. We saw the new neighbor and now we can go to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. Dude, he's fucking funny. He's funny. Baxter was different, but you liked him. Smiling, you hoped that he would become a good friend this summer. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all thoughts of Baxter aside. You both started making your way down towards town. A while later, you and Cove reached a main street in town. All of a sudden, you stopped walking. What's wrong? I think I heard my phone. You dug your cell phone out and looked at it with a satisfied grin. There was a new message. Before you could read it, you were distracted by a small, amused noise from Cove. His head was tilted slightly to the side as he looked at your old keychain. Can't believe you still have that. We'll just blush quietly. You weren't expecting him to remark about the keychain today. He knew you still had it, and you watched him study it, smiling warily. He must have been remembering the day he bought it for you. I'm actually glad you like it. He looked back at you with a playful grin. Especially since it cost me a whole $6. That's like $30 in kid money. His matter-of-fact tone had you laughing deep. That took several moments to compose yourself enough to speak. I didn't realize that was the going rate. It was then, probably more now. So you were trying to say that you were a big spender? In kid money, yes, I was definitely a high roller, remember? That had you both busting in the fits. Smiling, you refocused at the task at hand. You opened the new text from Miranda and all that you saw was, I can see you. Immediately from where you stood, you started swiveling your head around. You couldn't spot Miranda anywhere, but she did send you more messages. Haha, I see you looking. Where are you? Haha, come on. Really? Randy? Oh, these are options. Where are you? The message was sent and you were back to looking around, scanning for any sign of movement and familiar faces, but they were still invisible. Cove looked at you carefully, raising an eyebrow. Miranda! Cove jumped a little bit with your sudden outburst. He raised an eyebrow and looked at you carefully. What's happening? Before you could even begin to explain anything to Cove, you both snapped your attention to the yelling across the street. And there you saw Miranda and Terry coming from out behind the building of the backside of the wall of the grocery store. They both started walking widely to draw even more attention to themselves. Cove took a step in their direction. Grinning, he put his hands on his mouth to better project his message across the street. Hey! Laughing in arm in arm, the girls stopped only to look both ways and then rushed across the empty street.
Hi.
Oh my god, she's so cute. Hi, I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Hey,
The design on those, like, what are those, overalls? On those overalls is, I don't know, I'm not the biggest fan of the overall design, but that's just me. Hi. I thought you knew better than to jaywalk. Even if it was an open road in a small town, it was still illegal. They took matching tones with an apologetic lilt.
Me too.
Sorry. Me too. Alright, though you shouldn't do it again. From this moment forward, we'll use the crosswalk. Cross our hearts. Terry then closed the distance between her and Cove and crushed him in a painfully tight hug. You're finally here. It's been so long. What took you? He did his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed.
Sorry.
Eventually, she let him go. Terry looked at him with a beaming smile, but Cove was distracted, rubbing his arms. Standing there, Miranda shifted her weight to her other hip. She watched Cove patiently with a bashful smile. Welcome back. Thanks. It finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place. From here, you weren't sure how often you would have another afternoon like this again. They didn't either. Cove? Terry poked Cove square in the chest. You're gonna have to get me your schedule by this time yesterday.
No way.
Not really possible, Terry, but I can say as soon as I know. So far, work hasn't said anything, but I can tell you I'm busy with Orca activities. When Cove wasn't at his part-time job or pursuing athletic interests, he volunteered for the Ocean Restoration California affiliation, Orca. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. Cove always loved the sea. It didn't surprise you one bit when he started getting involved with them. That's Cove's activity. There's a big Smash event for this year's is coming up, isn't it? Yeah, there's not much more to do before then, but I'm kind of looking forward to the fundraising push. You nodded, wondering how the event will turn out this year. I know you can do it, even if it goes really bad. It'll still look good on a college application at least. Hi, Angie. That's true. Hey, guess what else? We don't have to stand here and say stuff. Let's go. I would like a meal now. Perking up, Cove nodded in agreement. Yeah, for sure. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left to make was where exactly to stop and eat. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in a blink of an eye. I'm good, thank you. How are you? It's been what? 6, 7, 8 hours? The rest of the afternoon evening passed by in a blink of an eye. When the night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without event. It was late enough that your out-of-the-way street was dark and silent. Oh, we're just, he's giving us a piggyback ride, obviously. Dude, I've been vibing with it. I'm so tempted to get all of the DLC. Like, literally all of it. It's so cute. It really is. It's so cute and just fluffy and fun. And Baxter's so funny. I love Baxter so far. Sometimes his eyes, something about his face throws me off, but he's really funny and I like him. I played it a while back. Yeah, it's an older game. Isn't there like a second one that they came out with that's like another Our Life? I'm gonna play that one. And then definitely I'm gonna play that one, and I'll probably end up playing on the DLC as well, because oh my god, I'm just having the best time with this. Did it come out already? I don't know. I know it's like an option that you can play it, like you can set it as like a game on both Twitch and YouTube stuff, but I don't know if it's actually out yet or not. It was a long day out and about, and you appreciated that you could rely on him to make things more comfortable for you. You tightened your grip on Cove and turned your head ever so slightly. Peering at his face out of the corner of your eye, you wondered why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. For a while, Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you did hear his voice all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you. It's out? How did I know about this and you didn't? Oh my god. Yeah, once I finish this one, I'm either gonna get like literally all of the DLC and play all of the DLC, or I'm just gonna jump into the next one, because I'm so intrigued in the DLC. I truly am. Yeah, go play it. Go play it. Is the new one free as well, or no? I wouldn't. It probably is, because the developers tend to make like the base game free, but the DLC is, yeah. Free games are the best, and this one's like genuinely like amazing, and there's so much content.
No way.
It feels weird coming back to the neighborhood and trying to get into things like they're the same, and they're not. They've changed. They're still changing. Your mouth felt uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. It was true. The things that kept the people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now that it wasn't set for them. You thought about your own immediate future. You were still set on that for yourself. You wanted... Ooh, what do I want? I think we'll go to school. And to work part-time, and that's the basics. For your career, you thought you'd work online. Maybe start your own business. For your education, you thought you'd probably, yeah. And for that, you want, oh my god, go abroad. Go abroad. That sounds like fun. It'd all be happening so soon. Yes, go play that. Let me know if it's good. You're gonna have to tell me. I think it will be. It looks good. I'll definitely be playing that later. Don't worry. And yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow. It'd all be happening so soon. Yeah, you'd already applied to schools. And you'd kept all this to yourself. Now you wondered what Cove had in mind. You heard him consider some things for his future, but it was never anything that would have counted as a real plan. Cove stopped in the middle of the street. He sighed and put you down. You were both outside your houses. Cove looked at the ground for a moment. His mouth trembled, trying to settle on the right words to say.
So...
What do you think you're gonna do now, for the future?
I was on 0.
Oh, fuck. Oh, god damn it. I didn't mean to do that. We'll tell him. You did your best to articulate what he could expect from you, and he listened quietly. Cove closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you and he lifted his head.
I mean...
I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly and rubbed his arm, and then his expression grew more serious. I'm not going to decide on a school or career. Not this summer. I'm going to stay here, at least in Sunset Bird. I'll probably move out of my dad's place. I'll keep working on my job, keep doing my volunteer stuff and everything else. Maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall or next year, or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue on with whatever is happening. I'm not going to crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else has set. I just can't do it. His brows furrowed and his tone was tense. It was clear how much expectations were weighing on him. I know that's not very exciting, but it's the best I can do right now. He laughed derisively, but with the way his face looked, you thought he might actually want to cry. We'll smile. I'll miss you. It was taking every fiber of your being to keep yourself together. You wanted to support him, but you could already feel your chest tightening, imagining what it would be like without him right there. His face crumbled, and your original assumption was proven correct as tears began to easily fall from his eyes. His chest heaved, and his words were whispered. I'm sorry. No matter what's happening, I want you to know that you won't ever lose me. I won't really be gone. I'll still be there for you the best I can, whether it's long distance or whatever else. Cove's whole expression softened. His lips pulled into an affectionate smile.
Okay.
You deserve to have everything you want in life. I want you to get everything you want. That flew out of your mouth immediately, but you meant every word. His mouth pulled into a delicate grin. Looking at you fondly, Cove took a step closer, and he placed a hand on your shoulder. The warmth from his proximity helped relax you. He spoke to you softly, wholeheartedly. He meant every word. Things are hard right now. It scares me, but it'll be okay. It'll be more than okay. Now that things are up to us, we can make our lives better than they ever were. You could tell how hard Cove was trying to keep himself together for you. You hoped that he was right and that things would be okay for both of you. Deeply, you met Cove's gaze. You nodded, and his expression morphed into a look of careful confidence. Clearly, he was still struggling with this topic, and you wondered what else might be on his mind. This was a start, I think, but it's not over, is it? We'll have to keep talking about it going forward. Yeah. Cove softly reiterated his promise. It'll all be okay. We'll still always be there for each other. Is that good with you? It is. Cool. That's cool. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you. Night. He pulled you into an unexpected hug. It knocked the breath out of you, yet couldn't have been any more reassuring yet couldn't have been a more reassuring feeling. You returned his embrace and stayed that way for as long as you could. Night. He finally let you go, giving you another smile. Then Cove started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered, how many more times will he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow? You hoped for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your own home. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment you had this summer. Oh my god. Drinks? Oh!
The bug's perfect.
I so badly want the fucking DLC, dude. Reflection, late shift, serendipity, boating, happiness. These are so cute. Okay, well. When's our food gonna be done? I have like 15 minutes until our dinner's done. So I think that's gonna be all for tonight.
Oh, she comes.
I did stream longer than I usually do on work nights. So we're gonna go ahead and really make sure I save. Like,
Oh, you got.
really be confident about that save. Perfect. We're like super uber confident. And then we're gonna quit for tonight. If I did not work in the morning, I would play it for longer. So that's what, 6.6 hours on it. I want to see what achievements I have.
No way.
Right?
I
Oh
dodged.
my goodness, these are so cute.
Oh, yeah. That's my whole.
I might have to
Yes.
replay this shit. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm definitely gonna have to replay this shit. 100%. 100%. I'm looking at the Steam page for it. Wait, okay, hang on. I want to see, because there's the new game. What is it? Our Life Now and Forever. Release date to be announced, but I thought it was out. Or I see the demo's out. A paper airplane, 2 new neighbors, 4 autumns, and 1 kind of life. Wait, hang on. Angie said it was out. I trust. Hang on. It's not out on Steam. Hmm? Is it just the prologue that's out, or huh? I don't know, but that's gonna be added to my wish list. I'm gonna go ahead and an error no interconnection in. Fuck. My stream's still up. No internet connection? The fuck? Oh, I don't think internet. I think just Steam.
Zevo. People friendly.
Yeah. Steam's down. Steam's down. That's fucked. Dude, I have so many games that I want to play coming up. But yeah. So many games. I'm very excited. I'm extremely excited. But we're gonna finish Our Life probably this next week. And I'm gonna have to look at the DLC because I want that fucking DLC. I probably will play like through all the DLC, but because it is late now, it's like literally 11 p.m. We're gonna go ahead and go to my pretty ending screen. That'll be it for the day. And yeah, I'll do all my fun stuff, more tomorrow. I'm streaming with 6:37, and then on Thursday we're gonna play more. Friday, I'm not sure. So, see how everything goes. But that's the plan. I'm gonna go ahead and just pop on my music, and that'll be the end of stream.